Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. You'll show up right over there. Hello and welcome, everybody. Sorry, Kismet was having an anxiety attack due to the fact that I have $2,000 I have to spend on getting the car fixed. So I got to find some money from that. I'm gonna have to put it across multiple credit cards to make it happen. But I'll do what I got to do because my daughter uses that car. I have 3 cars, everybody, and I drive none of them. They're really for my kids, and it is massively expensive to have 3 cars that are constantly breaking down all the time. It sucks, man. I'm sure you guys can understand in the chat. I'm sure you guys know what it's like to, feel like you're getting screwed over every 5 minutes on cars, man. Always breaking down. So I had to deal with all of that, and then I just was burned out. I had to rested up and said, you know what? We're not going to miss a stream today. We're not going to miss it. We're just going to start up a little later. I got my Satisfactory card on right here. Factory cart. Oh, this way. Factory cart. All right. There we go. Factory cart. I love this shirt. And we're going to get it going on up in here. So, again, we're going to play some Satisfactory right over here. We got tons of stuff to do. We're going to try to exponentially boost our power. Now, remember, we did our original biofuel. Then we went to our coal power, which we scaled up a bit, usually more than usual. And we did that way off where it originally was. And then we finally got to oil where we could use the trains. And we're now training all of that stuff into our local area where I have my hub and all my other things so that I can kind of manage it there. A much better way of doing that, bring the power to you. The number one thing that you shouldn't have to run out and do is your power. This way your power is rock solid. Anytime you need to add or adjust it, it's right there. Now, I think it's actually better to do all the other stuff like, what is it called? Cement, iron, things like plates and rods and copper stuff and all that stuff at the node and just running it into the dimensional depot. That's a way easier way, especially at this stage of the game. We are working on completing phase 3. And man, this has been one of the best playthroughs ever so far. Really loving it. And what we want to do is go in and replace our current processes with some higher level processes so that we can just get all that going. But to do that, we need to exponentially boost our power. So that's what we're going to be working on tonight. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. Don't forget to go out and retweet everybody. Where's my retweet button? Over here. Let's see if it comes up. There we go. Yeah, hit that like button, hit that retweet button, everybody. Remember, when the more you guys do that, the more Kids Caps I give you, the more giveaways and other fun things like that we get to do here on stream. So we're going to go for a while, and then I have to, make some phone calls about the car, and then we will continue on until I get too tired, and then we'll go. How about that? I think that's a fair deal. Let's go. All right, now where we left off, everybody. Wait, I forgot to say hi to everybody in the chat. Tell you, look, I'm all so out of it, everybody. Thank you, Dragon Wolf, for being here at the top of the stream. That's Mr. Don, you bringing that love lurker trade. See, that's why I got it over here, too, in case I, full of Kismet. Good morning, Kismet. Hope you slept well and rested up. Somewhat. Again, I have terrible sleep problems, everybody. That I wouldn't wish on anybody. Retezer J coming in, showing the love. Peter with the 1. Dragon Wolf with the 1. Ice Cold Killer saying hi. What's up? What's up? Thanks for coming in and showing that love. I appreciate it all. Always appreciate it. Hey, Camacho! What's up? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Again, we're going to get in here. We're going to exponentially boost this power. Now, where we left off last time. Oh, wait a minute. We got to make it rain. All right, I'm on it. I'm on it. Boom. There's 1,000 Kiss Cats for you right there in the chat. I got that on my list to make that where that automatically works when you guys claim that. I'll get to it. I'll get to it eventually. But let's take a quick tour around the location here. Let me go ahead and go up on my little power tower here. My little power tower platform. Whee! Okay, so we've got this original stuff that we did, which is called horizontal building, everybody, using manifolds. Of course, they're all straight in one line instead of using your balancers. And all of this kind of mess here, the spaghetti mess, is the original kind of just getting started, building plates and screws and rods and all of those things. But at this point, we have unlocked the faster belts. We've unlocked the ability to blueprint all of this stuff. We did some smaller blueprinting. Now we're going to do the medium level blueprinter and try to replace all these things. But we need our power. Now on this side, you can see that we've been working away. Now you can see I color code my stuff as well. Everybody, orange is factories, yellows are roads, blue is storage. This kind of purplish color is usually where my hub area is, where I have, my benches and MAMs and all of that stuff. Some temporary storage here, and then, of course, resource storage way here in the back, and then over here as well, resource storage. But again, our goal is to replace all of this, but to do that and really scale that up and then let it run in the Dimensional Depot, we've got to get this going over here. Now, without that power right there, everybody, we had, I think we had around 1,000 power or something like that. And so we're going to go over here. We're going to check this out. We need to fix, that line now. Let's go over here and check this out. Now, we got it running into the lower side there, I see. Let's go over here. I think one of these I ran them up above. Good if I turn the sound on. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, we ran all those underneath. And then over here, I think I just did these above. Yes, okay. One of the good things about doing these above is the fact that you can just go and look at your power right here. Now, you see my power's going up and down and up and down. You don't want to see that, everybody. You want to see a nice, consistent, solid power. You want to see that going across there. So, first thing we should do is go run along our power here. Oh, I see some way at the end there. And look at these ones way at the end and try to figure out why are they red. Is it because it's not getting enough fuel? Is the fuel not processing? Is it not making its way to the end? Did I put a pump there? It's a good question. That's the first thing I think of. Look at this, how this is not coming out fast enough. Yes, so this is not getting enough oil or something. Crude oil. It's got fuel. Oh, it's not connected. Oh, Kismet got real tired right there. You can always tell when I'm getting really tired, everybody. I forget to do certain connections. All right, well, that's an easy solve. I like that. I like an easy solve, everybody. One where you can just go ahead and connect that one in there, and that one's starting to run. All right, now what's this one? Oh, this same problem. All right, we forgot to connect those at the end of the night. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that's going to scale that power up. I love easy fixes, everybody. Again, sometimes your factory can be really complex, and then it's really difficult to try to figure out why that's not working. Let's go down here. We should start to see this separate a little bit here in a bit. Oh, and then it start up. Yes, there we go. Now we're making more than enough resources, more than enough fuel, because we're actually doing 9 instead of 10. So we have that extra fuel, so we, one, can backlog the fuel, and 2, we can turn it into packaged fuel for other uses. And again, the ones at the ends are usually starving. I don't like to go further than about 5 or 6 of them, because otherwise it just takes it a long time to get to the end. And what you want to do is you want to have those pipes full, everybody, and always kind of running downward. Turn that down just a little bit. Running downward into the machine. This is one of the things that I have learned the hard way too many times. I've run them from up above, I've run them flap, all that stuff. I do not do that anymore, everybody. You want to solve your fluid problems, always run it up with a pump pushing from behind, and then let it run down in there. Or have the pump pushing it up into a storage, and that storage is running down into the thing, just like mine is over here. You can see that it is running out of there, and very cool, like rounded, curved pipes you can do now. Very cool. And then that's running down into this lower level, which is flowing downward, because fluids have a tendency to flow down, right? That's what you want to do. And again, that'll take a little bit for it to get back up to maximum. Another thing that you can do to really help this whole entire thing is to let it backlog. So go over here and just flip one of these or a couple of these off at the end and let it backlog some extra fuel in the fuel pipe. So those fuel pipes are completely full. There's no sloshing going around in there, because that's really a thing here in the game, everybody. You want to see this fuel pipe be all the way full, right? So turn some of those off. Let that start to catch up a little. There it goes. See how it's starting to catch up, starting to fill that pipe. Just turn those off for a bit. You'll have a bit more consistency right there, a bit more consistent. And you'll be better off. Now over here you can see this one's working really well. Fully filled pipe. It's really coming in there, really rock solid. Again, all of these are duplicates of each other. Really easy to keep that going. I think we turn this off, or this. Oh, this is full. Wow. Okay. That actually filled that entire canister, that fire thing up with extra fuel. I love to see it. I love to see it here. Oh, this is getting extra canisters in here too. Because now we have a bunch of fuel, which we can use for our jetpack. We could use for vehicles. We could use for all sorts of things as well. Good morning. I haven't slept. Yeah, I know how you feel there, Favorite. I have terrible insomnia and sleep apnea, which is not good. But especially when I'm highly under stress right now, where I just got a bad news that I got $2,000 car repair bill that I got to go and do. It's like mission critical stuff too. Like the injector is not injecting it properly, and the car's pulling, and my daughter's driving it, who's 17. So, you know, got to keep the kids safe, everybody. Got to keep them safe. So, got to get that car fixed. So, I'm going to have to max out every credit card I got to get that going. But, yeah, we'll figure a way of paying it over time. That's what we do. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You know, such is life. But we're going to go ahead and get cranking. And whatnot. See, all this stuff is good. Any other issues down here? We got an issue on this one. What's its issue? Let's see. It's got this. It's got the crude oil. Seems to be running. Why is it yellow up here? Okay, there's green. Making too much fuel. The fuel's not coming out fast enough. I think it's just not up to speed yet. That's what it's doing. The pipe itself is not fully filled. Now the thing is you want to see this full. If you see this full, then you're really cranking like that. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so that's what we want to see. And then down the line, we want to see those pipes nice and full with them fully opened. Yep, over here. See, look, it's happening. It's happening, chat. All that looking good. I love it. I love it. All right, now the next one we want to see full is this one over here, which I have a feeling is going to take a minute before it fills up. Yes, okay, this is going to be a while. So that fills up. And we have the thing going here. We got the output over here, right? Yep, that's all full. Let's see, which one is this one? This one is this one here. This should be full of oil. Pretty full. All right, very nice. Now, all of this, by the way, is coming from down below here, which is our train, which normally I do my trains way up because then don't ever have to, go up or down. But I decided we'd do it in there. We put some foundations down. We do it at the lower side. It's pulling in. It's running that up into all of these. Now, we actually have 2 more that we need to do, which is pretty awesome. And again, if we disconnect this power, we would have a lot less. But we've gone from like 2,000 to 8,000 so far. That's a huge jump, and that's because I've overclocked all of the oil extractors, everybody. That's one of the first things you want to do with your extractors is to start overclocking the extraction nodes. And the reason why you do that is because the cost to overclock it is minimal compared to the amount of power you're going to get out of it and the amount of oil that you'll get out of it, which can make more power than the little bit of extra power that you're spending to extract more. It's really a powerful thing, and it's never going to extract more than that. When you completely overclock it, you've got the max out of that node. You can go ahead and set it up for its maximum output, and then you never have to touch it again because it'll just keep running and running and running at its maximum output, which is what I love to do. Because the oil nodes, they only have the one extractor. They don't have different Mark 1s and Mark 2s and Mark 3s. They have the one extractor. You overclock it. Whatever kind of node it is what it is. And then that is what is maxed out. So then you don't have to think about it again. You're good to go. Over here. Yeah, we need to get this going. Do we have a pump going? Yes, back here. Got a pump going here. This is completely full. And this is all good here. Now, I kind of feel like this is going to take a little while for this to get maxed out. Yeah, this is getting going here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All good. We got these ones turned off. Yeah, see, look at the pipes now. See how the pipes are separated? They're fully filled up. Yeah, look at that. There it goes. Okay. I want to see that all the way at maximum. Again, it's kind of backsloshing and sloshing back and forth because the pipe is not full. You want that pipe to be really full, all the way full, usually before you even turn these on. Now, see, I don't even need the power right now, everybody. I don't even need it. So I can go ahead and turn this stuff off. And again, let that backlog so it can better balance. See, I didn't connect those 2 connections, and that's kind of throwing my whole thing off. And Fluid is notorious for this, everybody. It's absolutely notorious for stopping and starting and stopping and starting because there's not a consistent flow of fuel. So you want to have that consistent flow all the way down, especially at the very end over here. And then we'll see, yes, there we go. Now we got that consistent flow. And then you want to calculate this too as well, which I think I already calculated last time, but we'll go ahead and do it right now. So it's 20 times 9. So we go 20 times 9 is 180 fuel, right? So that should be more than enough fuel over here. Let's go ahead and see how much fuel we got. Right over here. Whee! Okay, over here it's producing 40 fuel times 5. So 40 times 5 is 200. So it needs 20 times 9, 180, and we're doing 40 times 5, which is 200. So again, it's doing a lot extra. So it should start to backlog. 20 times 9. Again, so it has that 20 extra to backlog. Now, we should let it backlog a little bit first. So not only is it backlogged in the pipes, but also it should start to backlog over here because we have those ones running. Now, another smart thing to do, again, if you don't need the power right that moment, just turn them all off. Turn them all off. Let them all just kind of do their thing. Backlog that fuel in there. So it not only does it add as a fuel backup, right? But it also acts as a buffer so that if it does drop up or down, it will have that extra bit of fuel in the container that it can just go up and down in the container as opposed to going up and down in the pipe itself, right? So that's what the thing. It's more like a fluid balancer than anything else. In the game, they call it a buffer, but that's really what it is. It's a balancer trying to balance that fluid as it goes through there. So we'll let that do its thing over here before we start those up. And let those just go ahead and cook for a while. And again, this should all backlog all the way back. We got the one at the end. We did. And just kind of let this, simmer for a bit. And we'll go look at our backlog over here. All right, see, now it's no longer 100. It's now 200, 280. And again, we want to see that fill all the way up. Then we have that backlog. We turn all those on. It's now fully balanced where it has extra in those pipes and is producing extra. Let's go over here again. Double check all these. We got all 5. Let's see if they have any issues. Nope. And they got the pipe coming out. They're connected into the thing. Looks like it's producing well. Getting its oil. Outputting its fuel. Getting its thing, output its fat, and then resin. You can tell because this is 50 of 60, so that's getting enough crude oil. This is not backlogged in here, which means it does have the pipe connected. That's useful. And then the polymer resin is not backlogging in there. It's going through our awesome sink, which you can see kind of going down the road there, and then both of this section and that section are hitting that awesome sink down there. And again, while we're waiting for this one to kind of get up to speed and to backlog for a bit, we can go ahead and work on the next one. Yeah, look at that. Now 500. Very nice. So let's go down here. We're going to go ahead and use our blueprints again. This is one of the first things you want to do, by the way, is to make yourself a foundation blueprint. So instead of doing 10 at a time, you could be doing 25 at a time, which is pretty awesome because 5 times 5 is 25. That's what we're going to do. We're going to get it going. Right over there. All righty. And then we'll go ahead and leave a little space in between here so we can kind of maneuver through here. So I'm going to use my yellow here. Hey, Bomo, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Didn't want to miss Satisfactory this week, everybody. We got things to do. We want to get that going on. So I like to leave a little road in between just to kind of split it up a bit. Does help out a lot. Now, again, on the right side over there, you can see that we need some resources. Well, let's go ahead and dip back this way. See if I can remember where I put that thing. Oh, right here. Put that hyper tube. And this is going to take me right back to where I have my resources kind of backlogged. Now, I don't have it automatically running over here. I just have it where I threw it in the box for now. There's a lot of, infrastructure to run it back here. If you have to do that, we need some encased industrial beams. And then over here, we'll get some of these. So we need some pipes, encased industrial beams. Got a bunch of those. All right, now back over here, again, the original kind of throwing everything together without really, managing it back over here. And you can see we got some serious spaghetti city going over here. What are we producing here? We got heavy modular frames that are using the summer sloops. We got our computers going. Right now, it's hurting on plastic, so we'll throw some plastic in there. Over here, what is this waiting for? Modular frames. All right, we'll throw some of those in there, and we'll get that going. Now, over here, I see that some of this is not running, so makes me wonder, why is it not running? What's going on? Okay, rods are an issue right now. All right, we're going to be scaling all of that up big time. We can see that our rods are being used. How's our screws doing? Let's go look at our screws here. Are we backlogged? Yes, we're backlogged on screws. So we can probably turn off some of our screws. Let's see, any screws going this way? This is why you don't build with spaghetti, everybody. It's easier to find out what the heck you're doing. Over here and over here, that's going that way. Let's check this box. Is this box backlogged? It sure is. Okay. Now that box is backlogged. You're making too many screws. It's as simple as that. So you go over here and you say, hey, I'm going to go ahead, turn a few of these off. And what this is going to do is going to run those extra rods down the way. And I can go ahead and just take these out. I can see these are maxed out too. Take these rods out of here. And you can see I do these in groups. So I can go and I can turn them off in groups. Right? So you can see those are just sitting there. And this here, we'll turn this off. And then what that will do is eventually backlog these. It'll run this way, and those should go that way. Now we need to go see if we took out a bunch of our rods here at the end, which I think we did. I think we took some of them out so that we could put our power. That's backup power right there, by the way. If you're wondering what that green building represents, you can see we have a lot of backup power. Right now we have 5,000 backlogged, which is pretty awesome because that's about a little more than half of what we got going. All right, so yeah, we've got some issues because we took that out. Now, again, that's one of the things that we want to replace with our power. So we want to get more power, replace all of that production, and really scale it up. I mean, massively scale it up. And then also have nodes that are dedicated to that particular thing. So we want to go ahead and go back here and just let it distribute these extra rods in there. And I'll take one back for me to kind of supercharge that a little bit. Let that run and catch up a little bit on that. Okay, all the rest of this stuff is good. We got this coming out with our stators. Producing motors here. I can see our motors have stopped there, which is good. We put something back here. What were we going to do back here? Oh, yeah, our adaptive control units eventually. Okay. That's good. And over here, we're making modular frames. Okay. It's all good. Over here, modular frames. Okay. Over here, encased industrial beams, which we're running into the thing. Oh, look at all those encased industrial beams. All right, awesome. We'll take those. Then we'll use this as an accelerator and then jump. Whee! Really fun. Great use of the jetpack, by the way. Get around nice and easy. All right, we don't need that much. But now we got extra so we can use for our stuff. All right, back over here. Turn our sound back up a little bit. So again, everybody, we're going to exponentially scale up our power. Now, we're just kind of doing horizontally here. When you're doing your power, try to make it real simple, everybody. Make it real simple to start. Now, again, later on, we'll do rocket fuel, and we'll do all the different types of fuels. But right now, just start with the basics. We're going to go ahead, get in here, and do 5 more of these. Now, again, once you have these down, refineries, once you have these down, you don't really have to... think about it anymore, right? Because you got it. Okay, I did 5 here. That worked. I'm going to go ahead and do 5 more. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to find what I call the Kismet rule of 8, which is an 8 turn sideways or an infinity symbol, which is basically the equilibrium of where you can just do it over and over and over again, and it works every single time. And that's what we're doing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this is number 5 right there. Okay, and then same thing we did over here. We're going to go ahead and get to our pipes. We're going to go ahead and put a pipe up on top. How are we running our pipes? Down the center. So we're going to put one there, and then we're going to go to the other side. Just make this super easy on yourself, everybody. Don't make this difficult. Just go and run that pipe across there. Oh, a little too far there. So we'll go ahead and run, say, one here also in the middle. And then we'll run this one to this one. Now, don't put it in front of this, or this will get in the way of splitting it. And then we'll go ahead and hold down control. I'm going to angle it down just a little bit because, I don't know, because it looks cooler. That's why. And then down, down, down. Easy. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and connect all of these in. Now, the thing about this, everybody, is it doesn't need anything else. All it needs is the oil. And we don't need this stuff here at the end. So there we go. So another one. Look how easy that was, everybody. Very easy. And then we'll take this one out here in the center. Then we'll use this one to connect the next pipe. So let's see if that reaches. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to. And we'll go ahead and say right here. We'll go up by a couple just to keep that extra height going. Oh, okay, too far still. Let's go back here. We'll go 2 up. Actually, we'll go 3 up. Even better idea. Because then we can bring this one over, and we can bring this other one that we're going to do here in a minute over as well. And this one's going to come down here. Put another one up here for this other one, which is going to start to come down just a little bit. This one's going to go ahead and tie into the end here. And there we go. All right. And then same thing over here, but we need to make sure that we have enough belt speed to take the excess out of here, which we totally do, because these are outputting, whenever you're outputting fuel, it's outputting 30 per minute. 30 times 5, which we can go ahead and figure out, is 150. Now my belts right now, because I've upgraded my belts again to 4, is going 480, right? So again, if we take 30 times 5, that's 150, and then say times 3, so we take 150 times 3, 450. So it works out perfect. So if you do these in groups of 3 and then run them in the Awesome Sync, you won't exceed that 480 speed, which is what I think we're doing here. Let's just double check though that we are doing these in groups of 3. Yes. And this is actually running to where I'm doing other stuff over there as well. Well, that's doing good. Okay. My jetpack being weird. Up there, jetpack. All right, so that one's running to that other Awesome Sync, which I'm using for plastic and rubber over there. That first one, and then these 3 are going to be tied together, and then I will do another one at the end. Okay, now before we put the pipe down, I highly recommend that you do your lifters over here. Now, one of the things that I realized that actually it's easier to do your pipes first, since we're going to run the pipes pretty much at the low level here and eventually run it up at the end way over there, is we want to see what the offset is of your pipe, right? So you put your lifter in first. You always want to take it out though. You always want to do that last, really. You want to put it in last. But to get your distance, you want to put it in first so you can see where you're running your pipeline. And we're just going to run a really long pipe here. Like that, just at the normal level. And then we're going to do this first. So this way, all of these kind of connectors snap in here. Otherwise, you're going to have snap issues when you have your lifters in there. I've noticed that quite extensively, that it has snap issues. So we're going to do that first. And this time we're going to do all of these too, before I forget to do those. Like I did apparently last time. All right, so all of those are good. And then it's not going to go this way, so we can take this out because it's going to be going this way. It's going to go up on one of these like this. So let's go ahead and go to the end here. Let's get a general idea where that's coming out. And we'll go here and here. Go there. We'll jetpack up here to the top. And then we'll try to line that output up to one of these industrial fluid buffers. And we're going to say H to override that uneven thing. And we can just kind of nudge that over. Should go down here and look at it. Easier, and then click that. There we go. And then we'll do the same thing we're doing down there. Instead of using the auto mode, I like to do the horizontal vertical because I think it looks better. Big time when it's flowing up in there. Now, while you're doing this, you want to get your power going so that these are actually working while you're doing other things. So I'm going to connect these first 2, and then I'm going to run the power back to this one back here, which is going to cause these to start up. Now, what I should have done was actually set the first one up before I copied all the rest of these, because it will copy the recipe now, which is great. So we're going to go ahead and go to all of these, and we're going to get those going. Okay, or not. Free to not copy the thing. That's why I like to open it, because sometimes you can see I was pasting there and it wasn't doing it, and I pressed it multiple times. We just want to make sure that that all is working. Okay. Now, we're going to have a problem in a minute that it's going to have issues with the flow of it, because I'm going to go ahead and take all these out for a minute. Like this. This one at the end will be working though. But we can go in and put in our power at least. Over here. I love putting these up on top of here because they're up out of the way. It's pretty great. And this one here at the end. And again, get that one up and running. Get the crude oil going in there. Getting it backlogged. Now, once you have this part done, you're ready for your lifters. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start with this one, which is basically a merger. That's what we're doing here. We're going to merge all this together, and we're going to send it down the line that way. So I'm going to hit E, like that, and then make sure the green is pointing that way, and then run it up like this. And then we can use this one as an alignment. Let's see how that one's sitting. It's sitting out just a little bit. There we go. Just a little bit, aiming in this direction. 3 high. There we go. I usually find this is way easier when you're up higher. Just to kind of see both angles at the same time. You should do all of these in a sequence because it's way easier because it keeps the orientation of what you're rotating. Hit G, so we just get these lifters here, or mergers. Then, never trust this. Put these back in again. And once you put one in, it'll automatically turn in the same direction because you just did it the first time. Now all of these are up here. We'll go ahead and do these because that's going to be the easiest. Start with the top and then do those other ones. And then we'll connect it to that one, which will flow that down the way. And then we'll just finish it up by reconnecting all of this flow. Like so. Okay, and then we'll add a pump down this side. And we'll just see if we have enough power. We don't have it over there, so probably need to find some power. Middle of the road. Let's go ahead and move this one and this one forward. So we're going to go ahead and take this one and run it here. This one we're going to run to the pump down here. And then this one will run to this one. There we go. And that should be it. It should be off and running and starting to pump that into here. And again, letting that backlog, let that fill up, right? You want to get those pipes completely filled, absolutely filled. You want this to make sure that this is not backlogging and you're having an issue with this not going fast enough in there. You want to be watching that. And you want to make sure your lifters are functioning by putting them in last. There we go. All right, we're looking good. Now we just need some more of these. Let's go. Let's make more. And we're going to go ahead and snap our blueprint in here. Oh, out of concrete. Now, I do have it automatically putting it into the dimensional depot. I like how it just smacks his face right into that. But sometimes you need a lot extra, right? So you need a whole bunch. I find that concrete and plates are the two things that I like to constantly be running in the dimensional depot. We haven't scaled up our speed for the dimensional depot, so it goes in there faster, which is something that we really need to do with our concrete and whatnot, because we're going to be building a lot of that as well. You know what? We should build another, while we're at it, another hypertube. If we want to go, say here, entrance, and then electric pole. This. Now I'm actually running it just to see what the max distance is, not necessarily to put it down. It's a perfect spot for it, right there, just past the road. Again, that'll just save us some time. Remember that hypertubes are always on, so they do burn into your power for sure. Yeah, I think right about here is good enough. I do a lot of slide jumping, so I don't worry about it too much. And this one over here would be great. Plug in there. There we go. All right. So again, we want to leave some space in between so we have access. Remember, you're building this, you should be building this at the human size, like your access, your ability to run in between all of this stuff. And you can really jam it together, everybody, which is also fun to see how you can maximize it. But I typically don't like to do that. Also, this should be an access road along here, along this way. Just so we know where the edge of this is. But here's an even easier thing. They actually fixed this where, let's do that on the inside, where you can just hit H and you can nudge this as far as you want now in 1.1. It's awesome. I'm so glad they did that. Such a brilliant change because that's just too annoying to always have that kind of nudge limit. You can nudge it clear across the whole entire thing if you want. Now we're going to line it up with that one real easy and then be able to nudge it until we see it line up, with this other one. See the line there? Yeah, so now we know it's aligned with that and we know it's aligned with this, so they're all the same. And that's awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and do the same thing we're doing down there, but with pipes right here. How am I running those pipes? Am I running in the center? Yes, I am. All right, good, good. Let's go ahead and say here. And I don't know if that's too far or not. Let's go see. Right about here. Okay. So let's say right there. Again, just run the pipes first. Running the pipes first is awesome for making this work nice and easy. All right, this side we're going to do 4. We're just doing 9, so we're doing a reduced amount. So we have that excess to use elsewhere. This side's going to be 5. We're not going to make it. All right, I thought we might need a little bit more. That's why we went back and got our concrete, just in case. I'm using the blueprint snap as well. Everybody's snapping to the previous blueprint that I used there. Middle mouse button, our generator there. And we are off and running. Okay, now this is not in the way of anything. No, okay, so we'll go ahead and run our next pipe down. Just run way past here. This makes it easier. Then you just take the end part of it out, like this. And we're good to go. Okay. Now we'll go ahead and work on our pipes. Now our pipes are just going to snap between the two because this is why we have them facing each other. To make our pipe snapping real easy, we're just basically going to be working on 2 of them at the same time. Much more efficient that way. And then, of course, we'll use our nice horizontal vertical, or we could use a curve, or we could use a straight function. Kind of like the straight function, because it comes down and it flattens out real nice at the bottom there. Like that. And again, oops. And again, that keeps it from backflowing. You don't want it to backflow up into the pipe. You want it to come down and get right in there. Like this. This is probably getting pretty maxed out over here. As well. Let's go check it. How are we doing? Oh yeah, that's doing good. Okay, so that's filling that up pretty well. Check and see if any of these have any issues. Especially the one at the end. Sometimes that's the one that will tell you that your polymer resin is not up to snuff. All looking good. Again, we see it's maxed out on the input. The outputs are both empty, meaning it's running out at its maximum speed. So all of that's good. Okay, I think we're ready to prime these things here. Now, even though I've got this tagged as a road, I'm still going to use it for my pipelines. Normally, I don't put stuff in the middle of the road. I love the curving of the pipes, man. It's just such a cool thing. And then we'll go max level or max distance. Right about there. I should kind of back it up a couple. Right here. And then we're going to end up at the end here anyway, so we'll just do something like that. Start to let this, oh, and now we're out of plastic. All right. Always something. Oh, wait, I got a hyper tube there. I got a hyper tube. So here's another great trick, too. When I'm coming out and I got another entrance, I can just pull to the side like that to stop myself and stop at that particular section. Or if I'm coming through and I have the jetpack, which is awesome, or anything else that makes me fly, which we'll get to it, you can just tap the jetpack to bridge that gap. Especially if you already have that momentum, it'll just shoot you right over there. And you can make the whole thing enclosed if you want. We could also add a junction there now, which is really cool. We can add junctions to stuff as well. Let's go see how much plastic we have backlog over here. Oh, mama. Okay, a whole bunch. A whole bunch of plastic. Still need 5 more refineries, so we do need some more copper sheets. So let's go take care of that while we're at it. Now, you see I do a lot of jumping, everybody. That's slide jump. This is old school right here. This, see how much I'm going faster and faster and faster just from jumping. It's really effective. All right, we'll just grab a bunch of that so we don't have to keep running back and forth. And again, just jump and slide jump. And just keep doing that, especially in the very beginning when you don't have your skates and all that. It really does help. Helps you get around a little faster. Oops. Wrong button. There we go. And then we'll get a bunch of this. And then back to where we were. So much to get done, everybody. So much to get done. So much fun to be had here in Satisfactory. Look at this. Whoop. Bridge that gap. All the way to the end here. Back the other way. I'm finish off these pipes. Now I'm using some Mark II pipes, by the way. So these are 600 through these pipes. Getting that maximum flow. And then right down in there. And so you want to get the pipes connected as quick as possible so that the pipes can start to fill. All right? You don't want to see this. You want to see that completely filled up and ready to go. Now there's another trick here as well that I can show you. And that is to let this pipe completely fill before you actually add the power connectors, right? Because this is not going to do anything. It's not going to start up because it doesn't have a power line connected to it. So instead of just turning them all off like I did on the previous one, you can just not connect the power, which is what I'm going to do on that one. So another great Kismet secret for you right over there. All right, now these we're going to definitely start up because I can see that this is nice and backlogged. Let's get this going. Let's get our power queued up. Nice consistent flow of power in there. Want that nice consistency, rock solid, nice solid line. I feel like one of these that's going up and down is actually my coal power. To go over there and figure out what's going on with my coal power. One of the things I will do is actually replace my coal power with this fluid power because it's way more than that coal power is going to be. There we go. Look at that rock solid line up there. And again, we'll let this one backlog all of that stuff first and then also backlog a bunch over in the fluid buffer while we're working on the next one. A lot of times I don't even need this much power because, look at that, still doing a good job there. Because I'm busy doing other things and not really collecting power. And this here, I accidentally changed that to yellow, so we want to back to the regular orange. There we go. And then 5 more. Now we already pre-figured this out ahead of time. And that's why we know that each one of these is 5. Each one of these pipes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Now you see me do this already, so I'm going to do it much faster. I hope you don't mind. Let's do our thing here. Now, if you have any comments or questions, feel free to let me know. A little bit of pipe at the end again. That's redundant, unnecessary. And then we can go ahead and start bringing that down. A little too far there. No worries, we got this. Not what I wanted to do, but sure. Okay, got those in. Again, this one's going to need its own awesome sink, but we'll get that going. I feel like we'll put this awesome sink in here somehow. Let's just tuck it back here. And we'll put a box in there in case we have a bunch of stuff that we just want to throw in that box, which will also go in the awesome sink. Or we could tie other resources that we want to run in there, just like that. Just like that. Okay, and then again with the pipes. Control. Allows you to make all this stuff snap. Take out the excess stuff. Add this in, then we're going to take these out because we're going to do our lifters. Pull that out. Pull this out. Those into those. Okay, and lifters. This way. And the jetpack really helps for this because you can, again, get up here. You can see what's going on. And go much, much faster. Now, I usually go at a really fast rate when I'm off stream. I'll slow down when I'm kind of going through something the first time or so. And then I'll just start going really, really fast. To give you guys an idea. I find sometimes the faster you go, the more it slows you down because you make more mistakes. But you just make more mistakes and fix them faster, kind of thing. All right, that's all good. Notice I didn't put the lifters in and all the other ones. I didn't need to. I just needed the first one to get the distance. I'm also switching my my stuff down here so that I can do different types of building. So sometimes I'm doing one just like all the stuff to do with belts, the next one's to do with pipes, the next one's hypertubes, etc. We want to get this started up, so let's go ahead and head back here. Now on the last one I put it down low, and then I realized that I think I was putting it up high, and I was. So we'll put this one up high, and we feel like going back and changing that one later will be good. So let's just straight start this up like this. Let's go check these. These are fuel. Fuel, okay. Fuel. 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 Because I picked up that other fuel, it automatically set it to fuel function. Again, we want this to start up. We want it to backlog. Yeah, I put that one at the end so I could chain it to the next one. And there we go. All right, so it's going to start filling up all the pipes. We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to look at the output. And we'll middle mouse button our 4 meters here. I could put this as like number 9. There we go. And then hit H so you can just nudge it around. Sometimes a little easier to do it from down here. You can just stand at the end one here. Look up. Looks good. And then on vertical. Put a bit far forward. Just a little far forward to me. Yep. Maybe not. No, that might be centered. Alright, let's put this in here and see if it lines up the other one. It does. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now it's going to start again. Backlog while we're working on other stuff. Let that start to fill. Let's check all of these, if these are actually running out of here. We see we've got some left over there. Oh, look at this lifter. Went the wrong way. That's why you always check that stuff. Okay, this one looks good. Okay, that's working. I can see because I can look in the thing and see that they're all coming out of there. Very nice. And then very easily we can go ahead, do this, and we can set it to the straight mode. So it does that beautiful 90-degree thing there, and then we can get rid of the excess. Now you can also use that for other stuff later on, but I just get rid of the excess straight away as quick as possible. Now this is going to catch up eventually because this is 480 belt, and that's like 150 coming out of there. But it'll take a minute for it to catch up, so don't freak out. Just let it do its thing for a bit, and it'll be fine. Okay, and then the same thing over here. We're going to see that that's backlogging. Yes, it is. Let's run down here. Some more of this in. We're just building this out until we can't build it out anymore. There is an edge to the world way out here. We'll see if we hit it or not. You'll know when you hit it, believe it. You will know. Now, sometimes it's way easier to do this vertically because then you can just put it up on top and then have it run down. Right now, we're just doing it horizontally, so it's easy to see and understand. We'll get into all that trickier stuff later on. Also easier to troubleshoot, by the way, when it is in horizontal mode. That's why most people build in a flat, this is horizontal, when you're building this way, and then vertically when you're stacking them on top of each other, or doing it up or down, starting at the top, work your way down. That kind of thing. Again, we want to let that backlog. And then we want to bring that one way down here. So we'll say right over here. Just do it now while we're thinking about it. This would also start to fill this pipe here. You want to also start filling that pipe so it's pumping all the way to the end here. And we'll say there's the in one. We'll just put one in the middle here because we know we're going to have to probably split that to the distance. And there we go. Okay, and then more of this over here. Again, a lot of this is repetition. When you get it down, you're good. All right, there's one. Oh, out of rubber. All right, back we go. Now again, we want to tell it we want to do 9 of these. So let's go in and say power 9 more of those. This way we can see all of the stuff that we're missing over there and get it all at the same time instead of running back and forth. Which I do quite often sometimes when I'm not paying attention. Tap. Okay. Case industrial beam, which we brought a bunch of that back, so we're good there. rubber over here, which we have a massive backlog of that. And then some motors, which are this way. Plenty of those laying around. What's my computer's doing over here? Oh, mama. Oh, yeah. All right. They're going slowly, but they're still going, and that's the important part. All right. Almost done with our fuel power, everybody. Pretty awesome. What a wonderful thing to wake up to Kismet streaming. I guess you usually still stream at this time, but not just started at this time. Yes. I have started actually every different time of the day in all the years I've been streaming, the last 10 years. But my standard time right now is 10 p.m. I've also tried to do it earlier at 8 p.m., but it's always like 10,000 IRL things to get in the way of me starting at 8 o'clock. So I switched it back to 10 o'clock. There's always some sort of thing broken. Like right now, one of my cars just broke down, and it's like $2,000 to get it fixed. So you know, I'm an old man, everybody. I'm an old man having all this trauma all the time. You know, where just you have one thing after another, just like a nonstop, you know, putting out fires all the time. It really wears on you after, you know, so long. It's like running a marathon every day, you know, for 55 years, it feels like. That's how it feels to get old. But I just stay in there and try to run with the best of them, everybody. I just try to keep running. Keep solving those problems. Not gonna reach. Oh, dog me by one spot. I missed it by that much. Again, you don't want this to be too close to this, or you can't put your splitter in there, so keep that in mind. See how that one's gonna work out. That one's gonna be perfect. All right. And our splitters here. And again, holding down control to snap that in. Let this start to fill those pipes while you're doing the rest of this pipe work. Over here, don't bother to put the power in yet if you don't absolutely need it right that second. Then this way. Another cool thing about this is that you can walk under these, everybody. You can get in here as the player and make this happen. And there are times you don't need the junction, everybody. Like right here at the end, I don't really need that junction. I can just do this, take this pipe out, and then have a little curve, and then curve that down. But in this particular thing, it's actually faster to kind of put the junction in there and have it all lined up. Okay, now we should eventually see all these pipes filling up. Yes, okay. Looks good. And the thing about power things, too, everybody, is they do actually pre-fill before you start the power up, which is really cool. Unlike other machines where if you try to run stuff in there, it just doesn't fill it up until you actually connect the power line. You can see those are all connected. We've got good stuff here. Now, again, remember, this has 20 extra, so it should be running real rock solid, and then should backlog really nicely up here, and if we need any package fuel, will be good. Yes. All right. So around 400 or 500, probably okay to start, and that you have all of your pipes maxed out, and then we're ready to do some power. So I'm just going to run it here in the center because that's the quickest way to do it. And that's going to connect into the main system there. And I can use the ones that connect more, but I find it's way easier just to do this. You got one coming from before, you got two connecting, that's 3, and then you connect this one here, that's 4. And this one's going to be a cross connector right there, and we're going to let this one backlog a little bit here. These all look like they're filling up nicely. Double check all of our refiners over here. The cool thing is you can just look down the whole thing. Oh, there's one that has yellow. And that could be because it is backlogged. There's not enough room for it to pump it out of there. And that's what I want to see. I want to go to this and this thing be full. Like that. That's what you want to see. I want to go to the next one. And I want to look at it. I want to see that it's full. Bingo. That means I'm doing my job correctly. If that thing does not fill up, something went wrong. I didn't connect a pipe. I have too many of them. It's using it all up. There's leaving none to backlog. And I prefer to backlog so that it is working consistently. It's always that line is perfect. Even if you're getting less fuel out of it in the long run or less power out of it in the long run, you're getting a nice solid power. It's not going up and down and up and down and up and down. That you don't want to see. Now, that's a lot of power, everybody. That's a massive upgrade right there. Now, across 10,000 power. Way more than what we're using. Right now, using about 3,000. It was noisy over here. We're using about 3,000, roughly, for everything that we're doing. So, basically, we could do this again and again. We could do everything that we've built and then do it again and then do it all again. Which is awesome. Again, that's why you want to overclock all of your stuff here. Let's go ahead and run down here and check on our train. See how our train is doing. Oh, and here it comes. And what we want to see is if there's any empty cars. And I can see there's some empty cars in the front. But we're not really using those yet, and that's because we have to have the ability to extract those. But we left room in there for future expansion, which are these right here, which we'll use for eventually for our scaling up our plastic production and rubber production. So that's what that'll all be there. But we just want to have our power production going like we're doing here. You can see I have it in sections, where this is one node here, and this is another node back here, and they're all set up in 300s. Now, why are they set up in 300s like that? Well, the reason why they're set like that... let's get on the train. Okay. Or we get under the train. Whoop. There we go. Basically, they're set up like that is because the pipe has a limit, right? So, if you set it to having 300 and 300 going in, you've got 600 pipes. So it can go in at 600 and exceed that 300 limit. Because if you have a backlog, it's going to go in faster, basically. And then if you have a double coming out, it's going to come out faster, that I've found. So it works really, really well, as you can see. And you can see that we probably, over here, have a backlog of resources. Over this way. And you can see that there's extra on the thing, because we let it backlog a bunch first before we got it started. And again, this part here in the back is actually for a bunch of resources over there on the side. We have this double high. Again, 600 coming in. Some of it's going into that one. Some of it's going into the one up above it. So 300 into that one, 300 into this one. And then, of course, backlogging it, and then backlogging it also right down here. Like so. Very nice. And then what we want to do is split it as well. So we split it into this car. So 300 going into this car and 300 going into this car. I feel like that works way better because now it can load more and carry more with it. And it has that really nice consistency of picking it up and dropping off. As opposed to just running into a 600 and running into a single one, you run the 600 in, you split it into two separate containers. One that's 300 and 300 speed. It backlogs a bunch. Then it backlogs a bunch in here while it's going back and forth. And I could also add more trains that would go in and grab more of it and run it. Now, it's actually not that far, everybody. We can see it where it is right here. We could just run the pipes if we wanted to. But this is a great use of the trains. Also, the trains act as the ability for me to travel over here if I need to. We got in this box right here. A bunch of plastic in that box. Nice. We'll take that plastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. We don't need that. And then you can see Fred's over here doing his thing. Now, I'll go ahead and show you my oil. And this is done, by the way. I will never have to touch this again. This is maxed out pipe run. They're maxed out node extraction. It'll never be more than this in the whole rest of the game. right? It'll never be more than it's overclocked here. This is 600. This is a pure node. Over here on the side, which we'll use our little slide technique. By the way, slide technique also works on pipes. And this one over here, same thing. Overclocked, running at 600 as a pure node. Again, you can see it has its own separate pipe. Notice this one merges together because this is overclocked. This one's a normal node, so it's 300. And you probably can guess how much this one is because they're merging. Otherwise, it'd be its own separate line, which again is overclocked up to 300. And the two lines are merging into 600. Then it runs a single line of 600 because we have the 600 pipes. And then that 600 pipe then gets split at the end into two separate tanks, one on the lower side, one on the upper side, so you can use the same pump to get it up there. And then it drops into two separate cars. I find that's more effective. I've tried it all the other different ways, and I find that that is the most effective way. And that's why we're doing it here in the Mega Playthrough, everybody. I'm showing you all my Satisfactory gamer secrets. I hope you're enjoying it. I appreciate your streams and the entertainment. Keep on running that marathon. You know it. I'm going to just keep running it. That's all you can do, everybody. Again, I have really bad anxiety and panic attacks, too, from 25 years of just trying to keep the family going under all this pressure all the time to keep it going. Then I have all my medical conditions, which adds to it as well. I get sometimes really bad, really shaky, and I'm just like, just really out of it. You think I'm out of it sometimes here on the stream, everybody. I'm really out of it. Really badly out of it. It's a terrible torture. Again, I would not. Look at our cool things working way over there. Okay, so then I showed you that, and that is GG's, everybody. Again, we'll come back to this over here. Do we got a train coming in? We do. Let's go play chicken with the train. Whee! Took the hypertube. Now here's the thing, everybody. When you're in water, you can't do that run jump technique. But I can use the top of the hypertube to slide jump too. Slide jump and then try to use jetpack to dip around the side. Jump. Yep. Jump. See, it's building momentum. Very cool. All right. See, we got also a junction here that we can use. Let's use this junction to move on to the next thing. Let's go. I'm going to hit E to go to this junction here. So you can see the train station. Notice I've got a stopper there in case I'm driving. And then over here, we can tell it to go this way. I hit E at the last second, so it went this way. And this is going to take me up here to the top part where I have my base coming off the cliff side edge. So I have it up higher. So I can do all the water down below. I don't like to put the processing of water and stuff like that on the water itself. This way you have maximum water extraction. You just want to put it up on the higher level so you can do all that other stuff. And that's pretty good. There's one more thing that we need to do. We need to go ahead and activate that last row. So let's go back and do that. We'll look at these as we go by. Those are all got smoke coming out of them. That's a good thing. Check all of these that they have the green lights. Remember, we didn't start the ones at the end yet so that we could backlog a bit. These are yellow. Why are these yellow? Fuel's not coming out. Oh, see, look, again, I found an issue. And that's because I forgot to add the pump. Oh, man. Too bad, too sad, bro. It doesn't have enough oomph to get over there. And I forgot to do this in this other way, too. Let's move this one over here. And this one over there so we can leave room for our pipe, our pump connection. So we need that pump so it has just enough to push it down the rest of the way and get all that moving out of there. There it goes. Yes. Okay, that's moving it out. And I could tell because it had a lot of extra fuel in there. The fuel wasn't coming out fast enough. When in doubt, add that pump. Sometimes they should already have enough lift to get it up to this point, but getting it up to there, it's just about 10 right there, 10 meters up, which is the maximum that the thing is going to push out of there. So I like to put a pump anyway. It doesn't really take that much power, and you're gonna be feel much better about it. Checking that those are all extended out. All extended out here. All the way down. Okay, we're ready to start this up. And don't add the power lines until those are all filled up nicely. We'll come back later and find that this is maxed out again. That the buffer is maxed. We left enough to be it maxed. Again, you can try to be 100% efficient if you want. I've found that most of the time it's not worth it. It just takes a lot of extra time to do that. And really, the most efficient thing is when you use less time. Less time to produce just as much, or a little less is good enough. Okay, how much power we're doing now? With my pull here. There it is. Woo, mama, look at that jump. 13,000 power in the early stage of the game, everybody. Very nice. We still haven't even finished our phase 3, so I consider this the early stage game. Really, we're really in the kind of middle stage of the game now. But that's set it and forget it, everybody. I don't have to do nothing with that now. And I can let that run out there and provide me with 13,000 power. Allows me to revamp everything else that I'm doing, which is awesome. So let's get over here and let's go ahead and scale up. Oink. Okay, so now we have some blueprints that we want to use over here in these Mark IIs. Now, do I have my blueprints from before in here? I don't think I do. So I need to take those blueprints from before and re-add them back in again. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and block this for a bit. Right there. And see if I can find out what I did with them. I think they're on the desktop somewhere. A good time to save too. Max power. I'm all saved because we just did a whole bunch of stuff. All right, I'm going to go ahead and dip out of the game for a second here. I'm just going to tell you, I got it blocked for right now, but I'm just going to tell you what I'm doing in the background. And we have Tycoon Satisfactory blueprints. I do have them on the desktop. Well, look at me go. Look at me being organized and stuff. Okay, and then we have to go into our PC folder, this PC, users, and saved games, is it? Oh man, I always forget what it is. Gotta look it up. Diddle. I have it written down somewhere, but I can also just go to my Patreon because what I do is I post my my blueprints over on Patreon as well. For my Patreon supporters, I appreciate all that love over there, by the way, everybody. Appreciate it big time. Let's see. When was the last time I uploaded these blueprints? Right here. Okay. Oh, it's app data. I forgot. App data is what it is. Appy data. Okay. App data. So this PC users username. Username app data, which sometimes is invisible, by the way. Make sure you turn your see invisible folders on. Local, which is where we are. And then factory game is the actual name of Satisfactory, by the way. And then saved games here, and then blueprints. Oh, I already got them in there. Two converters. Yes, this is the most recent one. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and copy that over here because this might be even more recent than the ones I uploaded. All right, we'll go ahead and say copy to desktop. We'll say that one is from 5/14, 2025. And then we're going to take, and I'll show you here in a second, everybody. Then we're going to do this. So I have a previous playthrough where I have all the blueprints like this, right? And so I can just take all those blueprints and put it in there. But what I did is I put it on the desktop over here so I can just open, made a copy of it, just open it up on one side, open this up on the other side, and again, add to all of these ones I already have so you don't have to redo all of those. So I'm just going to say copy them in there. So it makes another copy. There we go. And so in theory, if we go into back into Satisfactory, and we'll go ahead and relaunch it here. And again, on my Patreon, it explains exactly how to install all of those. But we're going to go ahead and get it going. Wow, I hit exactly 1,400 hours. Yeah, right on the dot. All right, and then back in here. Let's continue and see if we see those blueprints in there. So everybody says, ah ha ha! Look at that, everybody. All right. Now, again, we're using the blueprints from our previous mega playthrough into here. Now, first thing we should probably do is go in and remove any redundant ones that we did. This is a road with power and all of those. We don't need those. So we're going to go ahead and remove those blueprints. Don't need, and we actually are doing something different in this playthrough where we colored all of the blueprints or the foundations. And then these are storage. Yeah, different types of foundations there. These are all train foundations. I think I already did these foundations. Yes, we did those different types of foundations. So again, we'll remove these ones. Remember, it's deleting these, everybody. So make sure you do have a backup. That's why I made a copy instead of moving them in there. And then train foundations we've already done. 1 meter ramps. Oh, this is for our spiral. Some of that is for our spiral. Yes, this is all of our spiral here. So we're going to add a new category. Spiral. Spiral. And then we'll add a subcategory. Mark II spiral. Now the Mark II represents the Mark II blueprinter. And then we can go in and we can take some of the spiral stuff out of here. And we'll put this into this category. It'd be nice if you could select multiple of them at the same time. I don't think I've ever tried. Those are all trains. 2 wide trains. Turbo fuel. Here's all the spiral stuff here. Let's see if we can grab a whole bunch of these at the same time. I don't think I've ever tried to grab them all. Yeah, absolutely you can. Awesome. And this we'll take a look at. We'll apply those changes. Biomass factory. Interesting that we didn't put an actual icon on that one. We have a bunch of storages. And again, some of these we may not have the right materials yet for those. So we'll go in and we'll just put these under storages. Do we have a Mark II? No, we have Mark I. And at a subcarry here, Mark II blue printer, storage. There we go. All right, and then let's work with our storage now. Now, see, I'm just kind of jumping around because I'm kind of prioritizing the stuff I know I can just take care of now. And see, this is the cool thing. You can share your cool designs with everybody else. Like this. I think this is the first time I've ever brought my blueprints and not just did them again from scratch in any playthrough I've ever done. And so we're going to do something a little different here. These are 5-wide trade foundations for our train stuff. And this is actually the turnaround, so I don't have to remake that turnaround over here, which is awesome. And then 3-wide foundations, which I think we already did. Yeah, 3x5. So this one, remove that one. And these are turnarounds. This is 5-wide train foundations, which we have right here, which we've actually started a different kind of naming there. Mark II railroad 5x5 foundations, and this is 5-wide. Train turnaround. Wide turnaround again. These are foundations. Let's apply that so we don't end up doing that again. And just kind of organizing a bit of our stuff. More train foundations here that we could probably just remove. Train spiral supports. Okay. Oh, we don't have any train thing yet. No, we'll put it under spiral. That's what we'll do. Yeah, let me find it there. There we go. Quick spiral. We'll talk about spirals and how awesome they are later on. Vertical storage here. Oops, let's put that in there. We're going to take a look at all of these and see how many of these we can do right now. Because again, some of these we don't have the actual belts yet because we haven't got to aluminum. And this is all biomass power, which we already have our biomass burners there. But we might as well get those in there. Power, so these are MK2s. Biomass factory here. Okay. Turbo fuel, refineries for all sorts of things in here. Converters, assemblers. Okay, this is compacted coal. So these are factories, and we need to add a subcategory. Mark II. A2 blueprints. We'll apply those changes. We'll edit again, and then we'll get our factories in here. Oops, did not go in there. Our 10 constructors. Again, you see we already have here, this only has 5 constructors. This one has 10. Our 10 smelters. Again, this one had 10. This one has 10. Very nice. 12 compacted coal. And we also have our fuel gens that we were doing here that were already kind of pre-done. So we'll take a look at those. We'll put those under our power. And again, we'll take a look at all of that later when we go. We'll revamp all of that. Here's our vertical battery storage as well. So right here we got 25. This one's 75. 75 of those suckers. And this one's 75. Very nice. 75 vertical backups. What else we got in here? Coal generators. Just trying to sub-organize all these. This is turbo fuel. We'll come back to that. Fuel refineries. This is sulfur. This is deuterium ignits. Okay. Let's throw that over here. A lot of these are, these are mega constructors. So I have 2 different types, everybody. I have what I consider the normal ones or the basic builds when you're building stuff square and all that stuff. And then I have the mega ones. The mega ones are the ones that are embellished and looks really cool when you're, you know, you're extracting your resources and stuff like that. And so I probably should be separating those right over here. MK2 mega blueprints. Something like that. So if it has the word mega on it, we'll put it down there. This is mega here. Those are MK6s, which means that we have to have those faster belts to make those work. But we can actually go in and put slower belts in and then come back and upgrade it later if we want. Absolutely. More factories that are mega. Extractor foundation. Extractor foundation with storage and power connected. Okay. These are extractors here. We don't have a subcategory. MK2 blueprints. Extractors. Where did our extractor go? Right here. A lot of good organization in here. Copper ignits as part of factories. Mega. More mega. Lots of mega fun in there we're going to have. This is extractor. It's a mega one. So subcategory MK2 mega blueprints. Blueprint extractors. Organization for the win. Mega constructor. Mega oil extractor. Oh, okay. A lot of mega stuff in there. We'll have to look at all of those again because I'm not going to remember all of those, everybody. I can tell you that already. Extractor. Over here. Did I put a mega extractor in here? I did, right there. And again, we can always revise all of this later. Notice that I've got a regular extractor and an oil extractor, two of those different types as well. Sulfur refiner, a normal one. Let's just do these in order here. Fuel refinery. This would be power. These are converters. This would be loop assemblers. Again, these are factories. Factories. This is under factories. Factories here. This is turbo fuel, so this is power. This is refinery. Oh, it's a mega refinery. Down there. Power. Again, we could put these might be the oh no, these yeah, these are the part of the refineries. So you can see this is number 2, this is number 3. Let's see. Fuel refinery. Again, it's for fuel, so we'll put it in there. Sulfuric acid would be a factory. Mega fuel refinery. Down here. Fluid buffer with support. Okay, we'll put that under storage. Or not. There we go. Oil to coke, those are factories. Oil mergers. We'll just leave that in there. So, see, the trick to this also is coming back and remember what the heck you were doing, because you were doing it in the moment. So it's really going to tell me whether I labeled these well or not. Plastic factories. This is regular factory. Quick wire mega. Down here. Definitely hit apply, so I don't have to do all this again. Should it crash or something? Factories, mega. A lot of mega factories there. And again, if we see a better way of doing this, so for packaging, just say that's under factories, factories, factories. This is up here. And factories up here. Oh, this is uranium cells. This is power. Power, uranium. Wire. Okay, factories down here. And then a bunch of pipe runs and whatnot. We can go ahead and make a new category. And we'll rename it pipes and such. Pipes and mergers. Yeah, pipes and mergers is a better way to call it. Oh, and then we need this category. We could really just put MK2 in there if I wanted to. But let's just spell it out. Spell it out. And put this all away nicely. And then we're really going to have some fun. All right, apply those changes. Okay, now the thing that I really want is some storage. So I have some MK3 storage right now, and you can see that I have this kind of square building that has some storage in it. And you can see we have a bit of embellishment on the building up at the top, just to kind of give it that gap there. Not mean to do that. And then we should have, where's our mega storage? This is, oh, this was the mega storage. Okay, you can see that we're missing all of these things, everybody. All of these things that we haven't even unlocked yet. So if you're missing those things, really not necessary to go ahead and do that one. But let's go back in here. Actually, let's add another category. Oop, no, not that. Not a category. Sorry, my bad. A subcategory of storage. Okay. So MK2. Mega storage. Blueprint. Storage. All right, so this belongs down here by itself. Okay. Now this is vertical storage. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at this. Looks like we got some inputs and outputs there. Okay. Now, we want to go ahead and take a look at our extractors. Let's see where we're doing over here. And it is time to really scale this up. Right over here. So first thing you want to do is evaluate what you're doing now, right? So what am I doing right now? I am extracting from this one right here, which is a Mark II, overclocking it at 600. So it's taking that 600 out, and it's taking it and running it into here, and then running it into my steel production. So you can see we got a bunch of steel production going there, which is great. And that's producing our pipes and producing all of our other stuff over there. So that's just dedicated to steel production. Again, that'll double up as well, by the way, when we get those Mark IIIs. We can double this all the way up, which is great. And then on the other side, we're extracting our coal, which is coming from way off on the other side over there, which we can replace with a nice train. And that's coming over here being processed as well. This looks like my alien stuff here that was being processed. Yeah, reanimated Sam. I had a vehicle driving it in, which was pretty fun. I rarely ever use vehicles, everybody. I find that they're mostly useless in the game, but they are kind of fun. Make a freeway and have them go back and forth. I feel like by the time you do all of that, everybody, you can just as easily go and get it going on. You know what I mean? All right, what are we doing over here? Speaking of coal, this needs its own coal here as well. And we need to move all of our coal power from over there to over here. Why do we want to move it? So we don't have to run over there every time we want to do anything with the upgrades or whatever we need to do. What we really want to do is do the same thing that we did with our fuel, is set it and forget it, which is one of my signature things, everybody. We want to bring it over here, set it up, and then not have to worry about it again. So we're going to be doing some serious revamping of the base right now. Let's go. All right, what do we got in this box? Nothing. All right, boom, you're out. We're going to just start taking everything down. Now, I think what they should do is let you basically go in and take everything out except the foundations, right? So you say everything but this thing, and that would be awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and store all the stuff that's on me. In fact, let me take some of this back. I see my summer sloops in there. I can put those away. I can take those out, this in here, and put this into the trash. There we go. And then we can get those last two in there. Very nice. Now, our blueprinter is fine because we've gone in. Notice that this is gray instead of that darker black. And a lot of this stuff, I have been using different colors to say, look, this area is the old area, and this is the new area. This is the new hotness. This is the old busted. If you're a fan of Men in Black there. Absolutely. All right, so we're going to take it all out over here and get that going. Now, we're going to try to leave our production over here that we are doing, which is our biofuel. Well, speaking of, I don't have any fuel. Go back and get me some fuel. Wish the fuel for your backpack was in a different thing. So you didn't have to have it as part of your inventory, but you know, you do what you got to do. There we go. Back we go get a full stack of fuel. What's my fuel running to? Back here. Okay, more summer sloops, which I'm just going to put right away in there. More of these. In fact, we'll put the summer sloops first because those are more important. Put a bunch of that stuff in there and let that stuff run while we're doing this. Now, ours, right now, that's not turned up very far. It's not going very fast. So, pressing Control, not G. Control, just take this stuff out of there. There we go. And so not only do I want to replace all of this stuff that I have running. Again, we can press Control and press Control and press Control. Get rid of all that. But I also want to replace all the foundations with the new foundations that I'm using for the different things, like the road and things of that nature. Like this one here, I can see is different than this, so that should be too much clicking there. That should be that color. There we go. And then over here, I can see that this is of the previous one. So again, if I go into Blueprint, I can take those out and see that I must have added, a bit here. I'm going to look at the blueprinting here, and we can see this one's not part of blueprinting. That was just one I made. This is part of the road here. Take this out. I think I ran the road back here. I feel like I want to take a bit of these out. Just kind of clean this up a bit. Okay. Now it's time to really have fun. All right, here we go. Now, in theory, our power could go off, but that's okay. That's okay, because we're going to rerun all this power way nicer than what we've got here. Just trying to tag as many things. Oops, not that. Try not to get the foundations or this building. So a lot of these foundations will need to be replaced, but it's easier if you don't take the foundations out so that you can get around. I'm going to hit G so it doesn't accidentally grab the foundations, and then I can just kind of get a lot of this, just kind of sweeping my cursor back and forth. And take that out, then hit G, get both of those without hitting something behind it. F, G, all of the splitters all the way down. There we go, F, G. All those belts and things and power. Bye-bye. Yeah, lost a few foundations there, but such is the way it goes. And again, just massive amount of taking stuff out. Like it just made a box. It did. Okay, now what we need is a spot where we can go in and store all this. And then what I'm going to have it do is basically sort all this as well. So we're going to go ahead and try to figure out which direction I need to have this. I think it's facing this way. That's my blueprint for the ground. So, oh, nope, that is not lined up. That is the old way it was. All right, let's take that back out. We've got to take these out because they're in the way. Again, we'll do this. Turn to blueprint mode so it snaps properly. There we go. We had moved our power over, and then we'll chain our power like this. Now, instead of our power coming from that way, which is our coal power, the power is now coming from the other way because that's connected directly into the center of the road. And that's why you can see our hypertube is still working because the fuel is doing the power and not the coal plant right now. And again, we'll be taking all this out, so it won't really matter, and redoing it all. Oh, I need some boxes over here that we're going to chain back here, and eventually we'll try to unlock some stuff that's going to do a bit of this work for us. Again, I wish it was like, you can take everything out but the foundations. I could do that right now and then just take all this stuff out of here. It would be very, very useful. Okay, so we'll aim it kind of this way. And we're just going to do a bunch of just boxes. One after another. After another. Whenever I'm tearing stuff down, this is what I do. I just make a bunch of boxes that lead all the way kind of back to my road. Perfect. Okay, and then we're going to double run these. Now we could use our blueprints and set up a whole bunch of storage that way. But right now, I'm using Mark IV belts. And I know a lot of those blueprints that I have use Mark V. So let's just do this. There we go. The smart thing to do is to drop it in the last box, or the first one in the sequence. But it's more convenient for me to drop it in this box and have it automatically move all the other stuff down. I'll show you a great example. We'll go over here, we'll grab this, we'll grab all of that, which does not fit in that box, by the way. And then we'll just run over here and drop it all in that box. And then again, we can also go to the box in front of it, drop the rest of it. You get the idea. Now it's going to just sort it all the way down or run it all the way down, and eventually we'll have it auto-sort itself. Sorry, it's absolutely full of screws there. And then we can use all of these screws and all of these things later on. So no reason to get rid of them. Now I could just get rid of them, make more, which I'm going to be making an exponentially more amount of those here in a minute. Absolutely. But we're just going to, again, take all this stuff out. It's going to be a whole lot of stuff. Now, you can set it where basically if you get too much, it'll automatically put the box right under you here. And so now you've got a whole bunch of stuff that you can go ahead and run back here. And this backlog's really, really fast, by the way. Again, we're going to have a lot of resources over here. We'll scale up our storage later on as well. And so you need all of these resources to rebuild all of the stuff that you did over there over the long run. Okay, very nice. Don't need this anymore. Let's see. Kind of feel like we're going to move. Let's move our space elevator as well. It's always a wild one to take out. And it disassembles real slow. It's so massive. A lot of stuff here. Now we're just going to go absolutely crazy. Here we go. Show you another great trick. Holding down control. Hitting anything and everything. And just trying to hit all the stuff that's within sight of where I'm at. What it keeps doing is it's going to keep dropping it in this box over and over and over again. Because I'm next to that box, so it automatically detects that I'm by that box and will keep dropping it in the same box over and over and over. And again, it'll let me keep hitting all this stuff. And we take our power out there. We can take all this out. And just store it in one ginormous box right here instead of having to make as many boxes as I did over there. But eventually you'll want it in those boxes so you can sort it. But you can just kind of take a shortcut here and do a lot of this. And I can take out a lot of these foundations now. And we can rework all of this. Again, just trying to hit that max limit of 50. Everything that's close enough for me to hit. Again, trying to avoid hitting that there. And then a few foundations there. And that's probably good enough. Okay, so now we have a giant box full of stuff. See that? That's a lot of stuff, everybody, for sure. Now these I probably don't need, but we're going to keep them anyway. All right, use our jetpack to get over here. And we can just go ahead and check this. This is the edge of this. And what the heck? That's its own blueprint. Okay, good. That's part of the new stuff there. Any blueprints that we can remove. Go ahead and do that. Let's take this out now. Just to save us some time, we're just going to hit all the blueprints. Take out all these. Careful, careful. That's why I'm real careful with stuff, because I don't want to have to go over there and rebuild all that stuff again. I don't need to. Very inefficient to do that. Okay, and our primary road is now here. So we're going to go ahead and put that up here and point it this way. Why is this one missing here? This one's missing one. There we go. Keep chaining that power. Oh, all right. I got some IRL stuff I got to do for a minute. Let's see if we can get this in here first. Take all those back out. I love getting to this moment, everybody, where you're just like super cleaning up your base. You're using blueprints now, so you can just, you know, put your blueprints down nice and easy like this. You're fixing up all your foundations. You're running all your power underneath your foundations. You're cleaning up all your factories. You're doing all of that stuff, which is going to make your thing nice and cleaned up. One of my favorite parts, again, make that spaghetti in the beginning and then come back and make it even nicer. So yeah, we'll come back. We'll finish that up. We can just stand here and let the factory run too. The fuel back there, which is the only thing that's really running now because this is all turned off until I run over here and revamp this. Now, the only two things that really need to be on is the concrete factory there, and then I have a factory way off in the distance, which is a plates factory. Over here, this is our factory for our stuff here, for our thing I'm trying to think of. These are the new foundations, the new blue ones. These are the 5x5s, and then those are built into that blueprint. So we'll just go ahead and soup in some of these. Just leave those as is. Again, fitting it to the new ones we're adding. Again, we can put in our leaves and our wood here, and then it makes solid biofuel here. Very nice. Okay, this is all good. Did we chain the power? We did. Okay. And then now I'm just going to get the foundations this time. I'm just kind of clearing all of this. Aim at us. Doesn't look like it snapped properly. Sometimes this thing's really feisty. There we go. Bring that power forward. So again, we're running the power down the middle of the road from the fuel back there, and again, eventually it'll power all of these things. Okay, we got a lot more stuff to pull down over here. We can just take a few of these things out from our spaghetti that we were doing. No more spaghetti, everybody. We're out of here with that spaghetti. We're going to make it, mwah, we're going to make it beautiful. We're going to make it all cleaned up nice. But we're going to go ahead and take a break, everybody. Going to let you guys do some words on stream while I take care of some IRL stuff. Then we're going to come back. We're going to do a whole bunch more. That's right. We're going to do some more Satisfactory as well. So here we go, everybody. Descramble those words. Back in just a bit. I'm back, everybody. Look at Cena and Rebel getting it done. Let me go ahead and try to land a hand over here. See what I can do. Over here, over here. So much clicking. Close all those other windows I have open. I think by the time I get in there, I'm not gonna have the time to type anything in. Go, go, go. What do we got? Page. I already got it. Those are definitely some C words right there. C-A-P-K. Pack. Capic. I can't think of any words. All right, but we still got it done. Got it done. I didn't contribute at all. I was no help at all as normal. But I'm going to give you guys a bunch of Kiscats for being awesome. Now, don't forget to go out and retweet everybody. Follow that link. Hit that like button. Hit that retweet button. Appreciate y'all hanging out in the stream. Let's go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory here. Now, we did start a little late because I had to take care of some IRL stuff. I just got hit by the $2,000 car repair that I have to do. So my child can drive the car without being in danger. So definitely don't want to cheap out on that. You know, you want to definitely make sure that the car is working well. All right, and all right, here we're gonna grab all of this loot. All right, we're at 50. All of this can be taken out as well. Again, we added all of this in the very beginning with just some zooping. And now what we want to do is kind of centralize all this loot somewhere where we can then micromanage it, sort it, do all that stuff that we need to do. And so we're just taking out everything that we can for now. And then eventually it should end up in my inventory and be dropping into a box. It all still dropping into the box over there? Oh yeah, I'm really still dropping into this box. Huh, cool. All of it out. Yeah, let's go see if that raw copper just dropped in here. Yeah, it sure did. Okay, so it's just using that one box as a central location for all this. I like that a lot. That makes it way easier to just take a whole bunch of stuff out and just come back later and pick it all up. And again, we're just going to revamp all these processes, revamp all of our foundations and whatnot. You know, foundations. Way out there. Now we're just basically doing some demo here or tear down of all of this. Completely unneeded now. That is going to be a big box of loot. And somewhere in there is my stuff. I'm actually just going to get rid of some of those for now. What did I do with my fuel? No, this. And these we can pull out of there. Put those directly in the dimensional depot. Okay. What else we got? We got a lot of stuff over here still to go. Okay, let's keep fixing our road here. Snap that in. All of this stuff here. This is going to really set us up for the rest of the game because what we're trying to do is set this up so we can set it and forget it. Very easy to miss the little stuff too. Very, very easy to miss it all. You sure did a lot of stuff, man. It sure adds up quick, too. You're just like, all of a sudden, man, I did a lot of stuff. I did a lot of stuff, and I got a lot of resources from it. Try not to hit my factory way back there. All right, look at that. Nice and cleaned up. Liking it. Okay, and then this one aiming this way. So we put these in as we go so we don't forget. And remove more stuff. Now, I don't want to remove anything over there because that's going to stay there for now. But I do want to take all this out. Working on my primary road first. That is so nice. So nice to just fix that up. All based on blueprints. Power run really nicely underneath. Very nice. That's about perfect too, right there. All right. Very, very nice here. And then this is for sulfur that's being run from up here down to there. It's a sulfur pure node. Now what we want to do is work on our base factories here. We got a node right there, so we're going to have to kind of rework this a little. But do we have our blueprints for our mega extractor? We do. All right, but we're missing a bunch of stuff. So, do we have our regular extractor? We do. Those are the old ones. All right, so we want to try to convert our mega extractor into one that we can do. And we got way too much stuff on us here. Again, just take the easy stuff that you can run into the dimensional depot. See if any of this stuff will go in there. That one's full. Maybe some of those. Yeah, there we go. Let that stuff run in there. Now, while we're busy doing that, over here, this is emptied out. So now we can just throw this over here again. And these are running down the way and filling up these ones here at the end. Just clearing all that out. So we got that done. And we want to get our extractor going again. We want to use the blueprinter. That's why we ran over here. Using the blueprinter to load the blueprint of the extractor. This one here, the mega extractor. Oh, okay. So this is actually Mark III's. Yes, that's a Mark III one. And this one I don't have the resources of. Actually, let's clear it and then say what resources do we need. Yes, this is aluminum. Yeah, we can't load it because we don't have the resources to create it because we're not to that set spot yet. And that's the Mark I blueprinter. But what we can do is we can take the Mark I and we can kind of set that down. We had the materials. And use that Mark I extractor. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer that you can't just say, well, load it without the extra resources. I don't think I've ever tried that. Like this one I would like to load, but without all this other stuff. So if it doesn't have the resource, load it anyway. Yeah. So that would be nice. And we could try to put it down by going in and saying blueprints, mega extractor. Yeah, see, that's a bummer. Because it has those faster belts, we can't put it down and just say, hey, put that down and we'll whatever you can't put down, don't use the resource. That would be cool. Yeah. That would be awesome. So that means we can't use those until we get to that high-end mega building. Maybe I could just recreate it. Recreate it as the lower-end version of it. Remember what I did with it in the first place. At least we can look at it and see what I was doing. Does look like we were doing 2 blocks. Priority switch in the front. We probably, underneath, we have the block not there. And we do have the block there. We have all the power in there as well. All right, kind of looks like we've got 3 blocks. 3 blocks back. All right, well, let's just do it then. Let's get our foundations going on. We know we got one there. And then we'll run the 3 back, and then we'll bring it up, and we can just compare it. What we got. Just gonna hit H. There we go. So if you hit H, you can compare the length. Okay, so it's here, and then it's 2 on the side. None there, none there. And we just have a hole in the front. We might need to open up some stuff. We can use our new gates. We got an angle there. Double angles. Okay. Well, first things first, let's do the foundations. Again, we're going to recreate that, but in a lower version of it. So we're going to do a bit of mega building, or fancy building, but in that lower style. Now we need to go look at our walls and see which ones we've unlocked. Now, I kind of like these big gates in here, so we'll make a little modification. Right there. And right there, maybe. And again, we'll pull this up. Throw it over here at H. So we got the big gates. Yeah, I kind of like the smaller doors. I like these big gates, but I don't think they really work on that. So we'll do the doors like this, that, like that. Do something a little different. Yeah, so we'll do double doors. Then above our double doors, it is at an angle. Do we have our angled walls? Doesn't look like we do. Let's go ahead and check our awesome shop. Did we put that back down? Doesn't look like we did. Awesome shop right out here. Need some materials. Put all my stuff away. Oh, actually, I put it over here. Right here. Really, no screws. All of that and no screws. That in there. I'll put that awesome shop right outside here. There we go. All right, now we need to unlock some pieces here. Let's see how many tickets we have. Normally I take the tickets and I put them in the thing. Doesn't look like we did. Do we put any tickets here? Or they would be in here. No, we must have put those tickets somewhere, and who knows where they are. All right, so now we got to go check boxes, just in case I had them on me. Let's see. Checking here again. Again, best place to put them is in here, so you'll have them when you're looking for them. None on me right now. No tickets, no tickets. Double checking, I didn't drop them in here. Nope. It's on this top one. That top one off. Kind of unusual that I didn't put it in here. Actually, we take that fuel out of there now. No idea where I would have put that. Good question. But for now, we're going to go ahead and bring up the awesome sink. Just tie it into some power so we can access the coupons. See how many coupons we got in here. 38! Wow, okay. That's a lot of coupons. Sweet. I'm going to take this out. I'll just temporary to get our coupons there. Our coupons. C-O-U. Ah, they are in there. I put tickets, not coupons. That's what I was doing. I was typing the wrong thing in there. Glad I double checked it. Now I got 49. All right, it's time for a shopping spree. Let's go. All right. What do we got down here? We got floor attachments and stuff. Sure. Definitely want to get these signs. Put those in there. All this other stuff I rarely ever use. Customizer, we'll come back to those. Different types of metals. Definitely want to get this steel wall. These are not available yet until we get to fix it. Basic steel production hub tier 3. Foundations. I want these round ones for sure. Those round ones are really fun. We have our gates. Conveyor walls. Oh, here they are, my angles. Tilted walls, yes. 4 walls, you know what, screw it. We'll just get all of this. What are we at now? 53. All right, well, maybe not. We'll take these signs out for now. What do we not need? This one. Steel frame walls. All right, let's go with all of those. Ada's going to tell us about
All
it.
fixed vetted materials are tested for toxins, hallucinogens, and other biologically adverse effects. Pioneers are advised not to immerse themselves in these materials, and not to lick, eat, breathe in, or otherwise consume them.
Oh, we're totally going to go and taste the rainbow, everybody. Here it is, everybody, the personal elevator. Let's get those going, too. Very excited about trying those for the first time. We got our Fix-It cup in there. This time I'm not going to get the Fix-It. Usually that's like one of the first things I get. I rarely, if ever, get these parts down here. I think I've ever have, actually, now that I think about it. I don't ever get the parts. I like to make them myself. Architecture here, we're going to use industrial walkways. Not really. We might use some pillars. You see I've already got the structural beam. Railings and barriers. No, and there's a new fan in there. How much we got? 20, and we have 22. All right, well, we'll just buy what we got to get.
Due to Pioneer request and several reported issues with staircases, there is now a more efficient solution. The Fix-It personnel elevator ensures optimal safety by putting a Pioneer in a box controlled by a rudimentary AI, specialized in soothing a straining mind. Exposure to a Fix-It personnel elevator is recommended to be a minimum of 2 minutes per day for optimal gain.
There we go. I also want to get this glass roof, but I am short on coupons there. My coupon thing should always be running, but I think I disconnected the power now, so I don't think it's running that Caterium right now. So, well, it's running something in there. Still going. All right, so let's reconnect all of our power over here. Try to get our coupons going again. We'll take this off of here and run that there. That'll run all that power. Then we want to chain this power that away. It's a great way to get around, by the way. Setting your stuff up real high. There we go. Again, I could have just used a jetpack, but that's pretty fun. Look at our base. Getting cleaned up now. Look at that. Nice straight middle thing there. Why is that one flashing? There's an extra one there. Okay, now we want this one to connect down to these other ones, which I've already put down here, which is going to connect way off to the end, which is going to bring that coal and all that stuff down the line. Turn all this stuff back on again. Especially out over that away where my Caterium is running. I want that Caterium to keep on running while I'm continuing to take all this stuff out. All right, let's put these coupons back in there. I think these are full. No, they're not. Okay, we'll put those in there too. What about plastic? Plastic not full either. Those are full. What about these thingies? Nope. What about a little bit of that too? There we go. We really do need to get out and get that going, but what we want to do is kind of set this up first and go from there. There's a lot of pure nodes right here. That's why I picked this particular spot. I'm right over here where I call the sideways bunny. It's like the bunny's looking straight down. He's got his little arms right there. So kind of getting that going on. I was actually even using the thing, everybody. Oh, I took it out, which is the jump pad, which I rarely ever use. But we were using it, getting it going on. All right, bunch of stuff over here we can take out. Over here, we were processing some concrete and whatnot. Over there, or we were blueprinting some concrete, I mean. That's what I meant to say. Clear blueprint designer. Look out this blueprinter now. There we go. Okay, all this stuff. Go. Oh, not my hypertube. I get most of this stuff. That was for fuel. So we no longer need that fuel because we are no longer using our station over here. Now over here, this is a Mark 1 blueprint, which is basically processing my concrete right now and just continuously running it into the awesome sink. That's its sole purpose over there. And we can go ahead and take this out. And now we can connect this. To something, say, over here to tie into the rest of this. So let's use our bigger power tower. Right there. Have that connect to the grid there. This one connect to there. Then these should all eventually tie down into the road, which is currently tying there, which is running over there, so I can remove all this other stuff without removing the power that runs all of that. Okay, more foundations and other random things got to go. So many resources. And we can take all that out if we want to. Don't want to do that yet, because I'm going to be walking up there, so. Just want to take a bunch of this out. You can see I dropped some wood here and leaves just to remind me what it was doing in that particular spot. This is our coal run there. We'll have to work on that a bit. I wonder if this is a blueprint. It sure is. All right, awesome. Pull that out with the blueprint. This is not blueprint here. There, a little bit of this, and over here, and now all of that is gone. Nice. Okay, that just leaves our thing here, and you can see we have a hypertube here. Kind of feel like you should have a little bit of an extra entrance there. It helps you a bunch when you're trying to use those junctions. Okay, I think we can get rid of this lower side. Now I'm using my biofuel right now. I'll move over here. Using my biofuel as rocket or jetpack fuel because my other jetpack fuel ran out. Got a couple of them down here. There's another great trick too. You act like you're gonna take that out, then you jetpack up here, and then you take it out, and then you don't fall to the ground and have to jetpack back up again. Works good. All right, look at all these goodies over here going on. We could take all this stuff out up here. No longer need that line run. And on the box. All right, bye-bye to all of this. Let's get as much of this as we can. This is all vertical, horizontal building. We're going to be replacing it with vertical building. So we just want to take all this out and reset up all of these processes, but in a much easier way, more in a modular way where we can set these all up and max them out based on the node. So we're just getting all this random goodies that we had built here. Pressing control and releasing control. All this little stuff. It's quite an undertaking each time, because you don't realize how much you've built, in that short amount of time at the beginning of the game. You've built a lot of stuff. So you can progress. A lot of stuff. And trying not to hit any of my power lines or anything in the background that I don't really want to hit. Now make sure you've got a lot of resources backlog before you go and start all this stuff. Because if you don't, then you won't be able to put it all back in again. Take all this out. Trying not to hit the towers in the background. Using the jetpack to see a little easier. Got that way off in the distance. Sometimes you're just trying to aim off to the side. And it gets something way off in the distance like that. Gets me all the time. Whee! Just threw me off the side there. Alrighty. Push stuff that way. Didn't make it. Okay, this is going to drive me crazy, so I got to take this back out here. That in again. Oh, whoa, wait a minute. We were not in blueprint snapping mode. There we go. Blueprint snapping mode, very useful. Chain that again, chain that over to there. Okay, nice. Look at this, it's like it was never there. All gone. I would do this part first, everybody. This is called demolition or demo. Just removing any and all extra pieces, and you're just kind of focusing on that first. So you don't end up with a bunch of extra stuff laying around your base that you don't really need. This is a Mark 1, so this has got to go anyway. Taking all that out. Just the basic node, and we'll come out here and we'll rework these nodes. We got to go back and do our blueprints for all of this too. Yeah, just getting this done. And every time I take these out, it's putting it in that central box over there. So I just have this one massive box to rule them all. Over there. Okay. We still have our line for our coal over there. So we good. Okay, back to working on our extractor. Kind of felt like I want to run that power, so that power is keeping my other stuff going. Okay, how are we doing over here? Did we get 5 tickets yet? Long way to go. Long way to go. That's okay. We'll work with what we got. Alrighty, and then we want to get in. We're trying to recreate our mega build over here, at least somewhat the same. So we have the metal door in the front, which is a door that has a thing in it which I did not unlock. Oh man, I did not unlock the thing that I need, which is the wall, things. Conveyor walls. Okie dokie. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and utilize some of our higher end resources here. We're going to run it in this awesome thing. Okay, what do we have that we can just run in there? Well, we have a lot of concrete. Run that in there for now. Let's go see what we got over here. So we probably have a bunch of rubber here that we can do. Oh, let's just take this out. Hold on. Take this, put it all in there. Take this, take a bulk of that out of there. It's making that right now, so just take the concrete back out again. And there we go. So what it's going to do is make this go faster, right? So the higher end items that you put in there, especially some items that are really useful, the faster that those coupons are going to go. And I need about 10 coupons. You can see it's 181,000 before it does it. We're also doing it with Caterium ore as well. I'm always doing that, but we can go ahead and run that in there. We don't need that much rubber for right now. And again, it's putting more rubber in, as you can see, that's been backlogged across there. So we'll let that run. We'll go ahead and use up some of this plastic as well, even though we're going to need a ton of that later. Let's go ahead. Put a little box this way. Burn up a bit of this excess. See if we can get ourselves some coupons a little faster there. Okay. Check this box over there. What do we got in here? We got extractors in there. Try to look for all the unique stuff that I can just throw into the depot. Be nice if you could sort all this stuff, but not always the case. Okay, more of these into the depot. That's maxed out. More of those. Those are already maxed out. Those. Okay. Let's go fix these foundations here. That is a blueprint. Not a blueprint. Trying to get one thing done before moving on to doing our extractors. Nice. Okay, there we go. Got rid of all of that stuff. We'll come back to that later. Okay, now we want to go to our blueprinter. And we need the door in the front, which we don't have, so we got to wait for some coupons for that. What else we need here? Our upper splitter and our thing that holds onto the wall. We've got our kind of honeycomb thing. We've got our angled thing in the front there. Let's see what we got here. So... that sharp? I don't think it was that sharp. Yeah, I think it was the smaller one, and then the bigger one's in the back. The smaller ramp wall like this. Now doing it on these doors is really tough because you got to get them just right. So we went this way, that way, and then the inverted the other way. That's not it either. How did I do that? Good question. Page up, page down. Aha! Okay, that squares it off. I don't want to square it off. I want it to be bigger like this. H. Sometimes it takes a while to just remember what the heck you did. So that one's going back like that. And that one's at an angle forward. A tilted corner. Nope. Man, I was in the zone when I was building that. I don't think that's the thing I'm looking for. Gotta be a ramp wall. One of these or one of these? Yeah, maybe it's something I haven't unlocked. Hold on. What walls did I not unlock? It's the conveyor walls. Granted, inverted ramp. These are all steel frames. I can't remember. I can't remember. tilted corner. It's like one that's kind of perfect like this. It's a ramp corner there. I have no idea. Almost like it's a perfect wall though, because it's supposed to be going in reverse. Maybe I need to toggle the build mode. No. What is it? Let's just rotate. Quick switch. Like it needs to flip up and down. I must have unlocked some other piece that I don't have right now. Yeah, look at that piece. Oh, maybe it's a wall piece. It's like a wall. Tilted corner. These are all walls. Tilted wall, tilted corner. 4mm, this is 8mm. It's got to be one of these. Make my brain hurt. I mean, you can see it right there. I know it's a piece. Well, I'm going to spend too much time with it. 1, 2, 3, 4 high in the back. And we'll go ahead and just use a frame window. Is it 4 with the bottom one counting, or what? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5. Again, some of these we don't have yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is the 5th one. This here is going to be 4 of those. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Again, if you get stuck on something, everybody, best thing to do is to switch onto something else. Otherwise, it's going to be painful. Sure. I kind of feel like I'll do the windows in the back as well. Bottom one out. Place it with the doorway. Again, since we already have the layout and the size that we need, this one makes a great template. Keep hitting the wrong buttons. Great template to use. Again, it'd be nice to just pull it in as a template overall. Definitely using the backwards one and with one of the. That's going to drive me crazy, Rebecca. Look at that. It's like a perfect triangle, but it's not tilted in, so it's just straight up and down. Perfect triangle that sits up on top of that other one. Like a wall or some sort of architectural piece. It's like this. How did I get it to rotate sideways, though? How did I get it to do that? Now, see, I can take this and I can nudge this down into there, but somehow I got it to snap at that angle. I was really in the zone, however I did that. I was very much in the zone there. Maybe I did that first into a wall in the front. Three high. Trying to figure this out. One, two, three. Okay, so what I think I need to do is use the wall here to change the orientation of how I have that. So that it's like inverted. Like that. Huh. Not seem to figure that out. Can't seem to figure it out. Can you figure it out, chat? Do you remember what piece I used? I feel like I don't have the piece. Can't remember where that piece is. Trying to make it like that. We could square it off. Maybe that's what it is. It's a half piece that fits over that other one. And then we have the piece flipped the other way, going the other way. I don't see a seam there, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. So here's what we'll do. We'll just do this. We'll take this and hit H and bring this down. Vertical snapping, by the way, everybody. Very cool. And then we'll go like that. Then we'll use the same one, but like that. All right, that works. And again, put it in spot. Turn off the zoom mode. When in doubt, figure it out. There we go. And then this one's going the other way. That works for me. Okay, cool. Now we're getting somewhere. And we also want our front windows here. Kind of want to go in here. Yeah, doing a little mega building early this where we just kind of embellish them. Like so. Don't need this one. And then we need that angled roof. And we don't have the stuff to turn that into glass yet. We'll see how we're doing on our tickets over here. Ah, we're at 4. All right. Get those out. Grab those. Then coupons, which we've got right here. Then we can go buy our walls that we need. These ones, conveyor walls. We'll get that other stuff later. Okay, now we can take the front of this out. Now, normally I do this right at the extractor, everybody, but since we already have a template that we had done before, you can't actually put the extractor in there, which is a big bummer. It makes it difficult. Oh, where'd they go? actually buy it, or did I not buy it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta take glass roof out. Probably didn't let me buy it because I had too much stuff in
Fixit
there.
is not responsible for personal damage, environmental damage, psychological damage, or lowered standards that may result from use of these products. Enjoy your purchase.
Awesome. Okay. And we'll go ahead and get our mega extractor here. Now, this is a thing of my design right here where it tells you whether that thing is maxed out by looking right at the original resource. We'll use that later, but all we really need to do is just build something a little bit more basic here. And then just run that extractor where we want it to go. Now, we want it to come out and then stack to the next one up above. So what we're going to do is use the storage that can stack right above this particular thing as well. And so we'll just do something like that. That's good enough. Something basic to get us going. With a little bit of embellishment there. A little bit of flair to it. And we could definitely go over here and find ourselves some fuel, hopefully. Our ticket back in the ticket thing. What did I do with all that fuel? Actually, just hit F and I can look way faster. There we go. All the way at the end here. You act like you're taking it out. That'll get going. Okay, so Mark II extractor right there. Okay, Mark II extractor mini mega, we're gonna call it. This is a Mark II blueprint for putting around extractors to stack above it. All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and tell it to be an extractor. Extractor. Huh. It's this right here. Miner is actually what it's called. Miner. This is a Mark II miner. And we'll go ahead and just put this in a greenish color. All right. Let's go with that. And again, since we use the same parameters as the other one, it should fit in there, which is great. And it looks like this is about to run out of resources over here. But we got another coupon there. We need 4 total coupons, so 3 more coupons. That should get us pretty close. We'll go ahead and test this out first. We're going to go over this way. And we're going to work on this node right over here. Okay, now we're going to start with our extractor, or miner. Not enough stuff on us. Where is our stuff right here? Right there. We also need to just tell it what we're going to be making here. Let's clear this. We're going to be making a bunch of miners and this blueprint we just made here. Lots of modular frames. Let's go back over here where we dropped all of our loots. Get a bunch of those modular frames out of there. Actually, we should probably just take the bulk of that out of there. Put some of this back, some of that back. This. That back. This. Actually, not all of that. Just this. That. And that'll give us a little smattering of Various loots, things that we don't need, we can take out. Don't need that much of that. All right, close enough. Okay. We're getting there. Got to decommission our old stuff to get our new stuff in. Another thing I like to do is put a bunch of the actual miners themselves into the workbench, so it just makes it easier. I think I'm gonna set this way or this way. It's gonna be right in the middle of our road. Actually, we'll just do this for a minute. Take that out. Take this and channel it to that next part. Okay, I'm going to turn it this way so we can build the factory up on top of it. And what I'm going to do is align to its grid versus the grid of the world by using this metal beam. Left click, bring it forward. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you take this out and put ourselves a nice little foundation down. Snapping right in there like that. Take our beam out of there. Okay, so we got that 2 back. Our front one, we got a 2 there, and then these would be our alignment. Kind of feel like I wanted to go up just a little bit. Let's take all the rest of this out. Okay, now once we've aligned it to the grid of the extractor itself, we can go ahead and use our blueprint to try to line it up off of there. And see if it is going to align itself. Oh, we have an extra one behind it, I see. Back one more. And then blueprints. We want to aim it in the direction of where we want it to extract, or where we set up the extractor originally. Then we can go ahead and put the extractor down. Now, sometimes you want to put the extractor down ahead of time. I'm going to see if they fixed this in the new version. See if this extractor will go in here. It says that it will. Okay, yes, okay, so that'll go in there just fine. And we got our extractor in there, and you can see it fits inside our little thing here that we set up. So very cool. Purposely set up so that it embellishes the extractor itself, which is very, very cool. Okay, looks like I forgot to put a top on that one. Back to the blueprinter over here. And put a top on this. Now what you want to do is just keep refining your blueprint as you go. So the next one you do, you fix the problem of the previous one, which again is what I'm doing. It just ends up right in the middle of my road, which is kind of funny. We should also probably just bring a bunch of blueprints down here. So what can we do? Foundations, no, blueprints. Foundations. And we'll make this one number 9 now. Okay, and then we'll snap via blueprints. Like that, and we'll go ahead and make ourselves another Mark II and have to run back and forth all the time. Nope, don't have enough stuff on me. No computers. No computers in there. Luckily, we've got some over here. Computers. Again, we want to make another Mark II thing. Let's go ahead and clear this. II thing. What else? Rubber. Okay. Get some of that. Okay, now what we're going to do is move this thing down here so we're blueprinting by where we're working. I'll keep running back over here every single time. Definitely a good idea. We got some overlap here. See it flashing. I don't like it when it flashes like that. All right, blueprinter. Again, lining it up to the grid there. Sometimes that matters, depending on what you're building. Okay, so we got that. Now, let's go ahead and check our storage here. If we can load our storage. Again, we might not have the belts for this. Yeah, these are all MK5 belts. This is MK6 belts. Yeah, it's in a larger, that's an MK3 blue printer. So it doesn't look like we're going to get this. Again, can't load this stuff if you don't have the stuff unlocked, which is a bummer. Bummer. Okay. What we'll do is we'll load some foundations first. And this is going to be our just regular blue foundations. You know what? I should just make them. I'll just make them here. Okay, so making ourselves some basic 5x5 foundations. Then we're going to tag them with the blue color here, which represents storage. So we're going to get that going first. That's what I use it for anyway. Okay, now this one is going to go from the front. So we'll want this to be kind of centered in that 5x5 grid. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is 5. So the actual input be on the 5th one in the center. All right, yes. 3, 4, 5. So this one right here is going to be our input one. So we'll want to have this come up, and then we can have it come out, or we can have it come up through the floor. On this, kind of looks like we could just add it after. Once we add it up above, we can go ahead and see exactly where that should go. Or we could just do, say, a wall. Maybe just a regular wall. Try to figure out where the where that foundation should end up, where that floor hole should end up. And so we'll do this, and we'll probably have a support there. So that one right there, we need that foundation. So this one, hit by one there. Again, just try to reverse engineer a bunch of this, which in this case is going to be our conveyor lift hole. Going to hit H, nudge that into position. So it's nearly center. It's one back from center. Now you can't actually put it in here because it doesn't let you put in all of those connectors. but we can at least put the floor hole in there. It's not like I put the lifter in there. So you're going to put this back one here. Now that's going to affect how I do all the rest of the storage because I want to come in and feed into the various storage and then feed up to the next one up above, which is going to be our converters of whatever it is we're doing over there, which in this case is going to be our rods. So we're going to be producing a massive sum of rods here. Then we're already producing a bunch of plates way on the other side there. And that's just dedicated to doing that. So we've got those rods. We've got those plates going over there, which we can run back over this way, either via train or elsewhere. One of these needs to be for our steel production. So yeah, probably use the one on that far side for the steel production. This one rods, that one screws. Seems good. All right, let's do it. Okay, so it's going to come in here, and then where are we going to send it to get it going here? Let's get our storages in here and see how we look. What if I did a storage sideways here? This is the input. Not enough room to turn it back around the other way. So this actually needs to go back. Let's say do splitter right on the edge, and then we'll put the splitter nice and close there. That's just so I can line that up. I'll take the splitter out actually later. And then what I want to do is take it and then flip it back the other way. This. Just take this and go like that. Like that. Okay. And again, back the other way. We have the issue of this being in the way, so we want to actually bring this up here. So this one can switch back the other way. What we're trying to do is maximize our storage here on each of these levels. Yeah, this is going to be in the way on that one, so we'll skip. Yeah, too bad that doesn't end up the other way, but we'll just skip that one. Then back this way. The other way. Seriously doubt I'm getting another row. No. It's interesting that that doesn't quite fit the other way. Nudge this over a little bit too to kind of center it in there if I wanted to. Yeah, so we'll take this out. I get those to not clip? Yeah, perfect. Okay, there we go. Running that way, and then we got to do all these connections here. That one. I would do it row by row so you don't miss something in there. Very easy to miss something. Bottom one's first. Double click, double click. And go in this way. Running out. Nice, and then we can turn this around. Run it back this way, out of here if we want. Run it out that way or run it out this way. To take it to the other level. So again, we're just trying to build a storage that'll come up from the extractor, and that can be universal, right? So this storage can be used in any extractor along the way. And so then this would then run up into the next thing. I would actually kind of put this where it would run out on this side, and then I'll build whatever's next up above. So we'd want to put in our walls here and see how we do. Like this. See if we can get away with doing that. Nope. Nope. And this last row. Redo that last row to match up. Match up to that output. Okay. There again. Definitely want to test this. You might have missed one of these belts, and then it's just going to sit in there and go D. Really? That did not line up? Oh, you little... It's acting like it was lined up. Why you do that? Why you do that? So double checked it. All right. Let's get down here and double check all of this. Oh, that one. There we go. Lined up to that one, lined up to this. Let's just start with that this time. Okay, those are all connected. How many is this? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 storages. Let's go ahead and save it because we just did a bunch of stuff. 19 storages. Mark 2. 19 storages. Yeah, storages. Stackable storage that goes with extractor. Right here, and then storage. I'll make a different blue here, kind of maybe a little darker. Something like that. Save it. Okay. Again, we have our outputs here, which are going to be red. That are going to chain to the building up above. And this one's just going to come up through the floor. And I could have done it through the outside, which is probably better, because I can have another storage here. That'll give me 21 storages, basically. There's storage there. Storage there. This one's going this way, and then it goes back this way. More storages. Okay. Then this is our input here. Just going to input on one side and output on the other. I usually just put a double input in there, just to, you know, you might as well. My input is usually green, my output's red. Like that. That's a lot of sweet storage right there. What level belts are these? MK4 belts. Make sure we put that in there as well. MK4 belts. Again, you just override the one you already did. And this again is how many? Let's do it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, sorry, what's 4 times 7? 28. Okay. 8 storages. Man, I got that totally wrong. That wasn't even close. Let's save that again. All right. 4, 8. 16. This is 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, it's not 4, 1, 2. It's not 4, it's 3. 3 times 7. Yeah. Actually, we're just doing the game, by the way. 3 times 7. No, it's going to let us. 3 times 7. We're going to use the other thing. 7. 21. 1 storages. I'll get this right eventually. All right. Now, if you do save a whole bunch of them in there, I suggest going right away and taking out all the extras that you have. Otherwise, you'll get confused as to which one was which later on, especially if you come back to it later. But we're going to remove all those other ones. We'll apply changes. Now we just have the 21 one, which is our current one. And I'll just run that up behind there and then connect in there. Yeah, that works for me. And then I can run around in there too in case I need to do some stuff in there. All right, let's close her up. We're going to go ahead and put a basic wall down. And we're going to go ahead and put that basic wall with this, and then middle mouse button. Middle mouse button that thing. And what it's going to do is, as you'll see here, pick up the color of what we're doing. So we can just go ahead and do it all in blue to start with, instead of having to come back and color it later. And we're just going to do standard little square boxy stuff. On these anyway. Very rarely do I ever use Mark IV things. Oh, look at these walls are set down. Always trying to trip you up, I find. Guess it always seems like it's trying to trip you up. Okay, all good there. And we'll go ahead and grab these foundations. And I'm going to run them right through the middle of these things. Now, just, you know, RP that you went in there and you cut this stuff out. That's why you can see it up above the thing. I like to have the storage on the outside a bit so I can access those boxes from up here. Like that. Okay, very nice. You could even maybe put some supports in here. Just to kind of preemptively do this. And then we will have walls. All right, little pre-done supports there. Actually, I have them on this other set. Way too many of those. Now we're kind of simulating the building that's going to be up on top of this building. So we're going to build in the supports. Like so. So we don't have to make the supports every time. I also make a little blueprint that's the actual supports themselves. Like that, and then just taking out these foundations. Okay. Because that'll be the next building, that'll be those foundations. And then I like to usually color these like a dark color. Let's go over here and make this kind of like a dark charcoaly black color. Like that. So they're not so popping out there. They shouldn't really be that visible. But you want to see that they're there. Okay, very nice, very nice. Very boxy, but we'll go with it. And save that. Okay, now we're going to test it out. Now over here, we're going to take this and back this off by 1, and then go to that way. Do this way. We're going to take all this extra stuff out. And then, in theory, we should be able to get up here like this, and then just put this storage right here at the top. We're going to hit H so we can see if it's aligned. Then we're going to nudge it over just like that. Very nice. And we'll get our input little higher. Oh. It's flipped. That's an output. That's the output. Do it again. Let's take this out of there. All right, let's try that again, but the correct way this time. Okay, so we don't want the arrow facing us. We want the arrow facing away. Also, I've noticed on the blueprints, you can see the colors better now in 1.1. In the previous version, you can't actually see what the colors were, so I couldn't tell which one was the inputs and the outputs. So a little hidden upgrade there for everybody as well. Makes it much easier. Oh, damaging fixed property. I'm in trouble. Stay there. And a little further down. Just a bit. Too far up. Look at this. There we go. Nice 90-degree there. Up into there. Okay. Oh, you know what we forgot to do? We forgot to put all the power connectors in here. I knew I was forgetting something. Now, I like to have a power connector just kind of back in the corner. And then it's actually in the foundation itself. So we'll just put this right in here. Like so. And then we can go ahead and tie this in here. Put this back in. This way. And we'll take these out. All right, so yeah, I turned it in such a way that it would just sit right there. And then we can take this. Actually, we should take this one out first. And we'll chain this one to this one. I'll eventually put that piece back in there again. And then that to there. Then this is going to go from here to that. That is going to start up. Okay, so that's going to start up, start running out those resources, and start to backlog them in that box up there. Okay, very nice. There it goes. Okay, now we need to max this out. Let's see. We are going to find what? What are we looking for? We are looking for the thing, power charge. Power shards, let's go. Again, thanks everybody for hanging out in the channel. Appreciate y'all chilling out. Hope you guys are enjoying this. We're getting some stuff going today. We're revamping it all. All right, that's 600 coming out of there. Very nice. And we are going to make an insane amount of stuff here. Okay, so this needs some supports under here. These we don't need. This needs some supports under here, and typically what I will do... Oh, wait, we need to add our power back to our blueprint. Actually, we need to go take this one off the blueprinter back here. So we can get those resources back. And just use that. Put the blueprinter. Got those resources. And we'll just save that again, just in case. Load. What, the extractor? Yeah. Okay, extractor here. So we'll take this out. put a little power outlet there. And we'll connect it into that corner. Like that. And that's good. So that'll help us for the next one when we're connecting all that together. Probably a good idea to actually run this out. I have that there just right behind it. That's actually not right. That is very incorrect. Because this is the actual ceiling. This one I didn't put a ceiling on yet. That one's going back up, but I think the actual rest of these would be just connecting to the front. So we'll want to run this to the front like we did these other ones. Just right here, and then you could bring it from, say, over there into there, and then it would chain all the way to the back. All right, and again, this is to save us from doing that every single time on the next ones. Okay, so that's good. That's maxed out. That's ready to rock. Now we need to load storages. Take all the foundations out first. All the storages. Got all the belts. Now the reason why I'm doing this is so I can use this to align my my other items. Like so, we're going to take all that out of there. And this, and this. Okay, so this actually is not... Okay, now what we want to do is reverse. This is the output, and this is the input. Because the output of the other one is reversed the other way. So we want to switch them so that when it's coming up here and doing its thing, it's good to go. All right, now we want to maximize our input and then our constructors in here. Let's see, we got 600. Let's just throw a constructor down. We want to maximize our rod production, so 15 per minute in. So we want to do all of our smelting first. So we're going to do some smelting. Let's get our smelters in. Over how? Just a little bit of room to get by over there. Get by over here. Okay, so we take 600 and we divide it by 30, which is going to get us 20 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of those in there so far. And we could have these double inputs. Plus you're going to need a merger. That way. Probably don't even need that many. You could probably just do 10. But if you have extra resources, you could do it. Now, right now, my belt is only Mark 4, so it's not really going to help me. It's not going to go at 600 anyway. So the maximum we can run this is at 480 right now. 480 divided by 30 is 16. So I guess if we could get 8 and 8 in here, we got 7. Yeah, we're not getting that. Take these walls out. Take these walls out and then see what happens. Nope, just hanging over the edge just a little bit. Now if I nudge it, it's going to be right there. Here's our output 16, so we need 8. We need a total of 16. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 14, 15, 16. We're going to need to run some on the side. Take all those out. Because we want to align the output, so the output actually ends up over there. Show, again, put in our merger. This way. Not overlapping. Okay, whatever. Whatever, bro. Can't send it that way, but I can send it this way. Yeah, that's irritating. All right, whatever. Okay, so we're going to send that out there. Get all these together. That's wrong. We should probably set this up for 300. And then when we get the other one, we do then we can just add another one. So this is 10. Take the 2 off at the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll give us more room at the end here. Really getting in the zone here, chat. We're trying to get our basic production back up and going using our blueprints. Right now, we're just kind of basic building some of this. I want to think about our power too. Where we're going to get our power from? Probably from underneath, which is going to be right here. So the center block. Just that one. I'll give that a little darker color just to make so we know which one's the center. That's where our power should end up. Somewhere around there, where we can chain it from up above or down below. Again, the reason why you'd want to do this 5 and 5 is because it's 1/2 of the amount that we're going to output, and then later on we can actually add another thing of smelter when our belts are faster, and then we can handle these as well. And it gives room for mergers and smelters and all of that stuff. Yeah, so we've got to get this to split here too. That's going to come in there. It's going to go there. It's going to go down here. And then it's going to get up there. Actually, let's do this one first. And move back just a little bit. This one's going to come from this way. So that one's going there, this one's going there. Alright. Yeah, I highly recommend doing all these splitters at the same time. If you're not doing them at the same time, then you're going to run into some trouble. Faster! Let's go faster! Okay. Going to split all those back there. Sometimes I'll do where I run all the splitting and then merging, and then sometimes I'll turn them where all the merging happens together at the front, or doing the back. Whatever you feel like doing it. Right today I feel like doing it this way, and again the output should end up over there, and we should have a central connector, say right above this here. So we will get a wall. Throw a wall in here somewhere. Like this. Throw a foundation here. Right here in the center. We'll go ahead and do that. Take all the wall out and all that stuff for now. Ceiling thing out just to make it easier for us to see what we're doing. Okay, looks good. All of our inputs looking good. The only thing here is the output. It's not letting me tag that for output. This is hanging off the edge of the thing. But I always come in and just add that little extra section. That's the dangerous part though. When you're adding sections like that, it's very easy to forget, and then your stuff's not doing anything. That's not good. Again, same thing here. I just kind of cut through these. Okay. Let's just put this in the center. Cross connect those. Powered. Oh, I didn't tell it what to be. Sometimes I don't tell it what to be, but in this case, we're going to be making a lot of iron ingots here. Save me from going in later. I should be opening each one of these to make sure while I'm pasting it. This way you can see it change and you know that that particular one did actually kick in. I've had it so many times where I pasted it and it didn't take into the thing. Okie dokie. It's all good. Okay, and this is production. Recolor all of this stuff. All these foundations. Okay. Again, our goal is just to scale this up to the point where we can really let this run and make a ton of all of this. Like so. Okay, now we got all those going. We've got some power. We can run the power from underneath. We got our built-in supports there. Again, this is reversing so that the input of one is the output of the other. I kind of feel like we want to put a door right there. Put a big old roll-up gate. Very nice, because we need to get in there. Okay, this is MK2 smelters. This is NK2 10 smelters. Stackable smelting for iron units. And smelter. Okay. Let's give it a go. Toughest thing is remembering which way the arrow goes. We'll find out here in a second. Nope, not this way. Okay, so that one's hard to see. That's green there. That's our input. This is our output. That's our input. little bit right. We're good. Again, you can see it sits right over the top of those supports now. Very cool. So our output up here needs to go to our input over there. Okay, and I should start running up in there. Nope, maybe not. We did not set an input. Okay, there we go. All right, just had to line it up a bit better. Schmack. Okay. Now, also while you're working up and down this thing, what I like to do is make myself a little ladder as well. Okay, and again, we're just using square stuff for right now. We did a little bit of embellishment on the one on the bottom, but these are all usually just temporary. But we are scaling it up a little bit earlier this time. And we're ready to do our smelters. Oh, I need to take the power. Transfer that up. So we're going to grab this from the inside. Right there. That's why you want the ladder, because it's a little awkward to fly around while you got this power in your hands. And then we'll connect that up. And off it goes. Alright, smelting real good. Okay. That into there. If we did this right, next part should be easy. Okay, and then we go back and we use our storages again, which I think should be pointing away from me now. That looks like the output there. Oh, not enough plates. Using a lot of plates here. Let's just grab all that. It's time for a hypertube over here. Let's go ahead and put it right down the center. No, I'm going to put it down the center of my road. Put it over here. Again, we're just setting up, resetting up some of our basics, but we're using the verticality of it to our advantage. And again, we're just doing this. This is much earlier game. Normally, I just kind of skip a lot of this early game building and start building out blueprints when I get to. Oh, that was too far. Start building out blueprints when I get to the Mark V belts, when I get my aluminum going. But in this one, we're going to do Mark IVs, because what the heck? Put the wrong thing there. There we go. Do want an entrance there, though. Test it out. All right, seems to be working good. Put it down there for now. Okay, so we got this going. Now we have another thing that we did unlock, and that is our elevator. So I don't even know what that is. I've never used it. Okay, transport. Elevator. What do we need? A bunch of stuff. Okay. So let's go ahead and try our elevator out, which again, I have never tried. Okay, so we want to get it to go. That's a good question. Oh. All right, awesome. Fell off the thing. Okay. I'll use my ladder. Use my ladder to try to find the level in which I'm going to put this, which is actually going to be in between the levels. Like this. Huh. It's a little low. That's a little low and it's a little close. All right, let's take this out. Okay, we'll do something like that. So we would want the ladder, or the elevator, to start here. Probably gonna need power. Nice. Not tall enough. Get out of there. Oh, personnel elevator floor stop. Maybe inset that a little bit. Trying to figure this out. Okay. We snap it to this. Or that way. Just make it as tall as we want it to be. Then we'll run up here. Yeah, never used the elevator before. Like it's taking me longer to do the elevator than it would have been to just do whatever I was doing. And then we have a floor stop here. Kind of weird that that does not line up to everything else. Oh, it's because it doesn't line up because of the offset there. That's why. Yeah. This building is using the it's using the offset of the extractor when it doesn't need to do that. All right, we're gonna fix that for sure. Definitely going to fix all of that. All right, we're gonna take all that back out again, and then take all this out, like this. Then we're gonna use, on this particular case, now if it's out by itself, everybody, then I would just use its alignment. But since it's right here, I'm going to use the alignment of the world grid here. We're going to get this up here. Oh, another one up. Another one up here. there. Front of this should be. Take that out. So this is pretty much the center, so we'll go this way. Here comes the Kismet Love Train. Look out. Show that love in the chat. Who's that? JC Hunter coming in. Says, hi, Kismet. Hope you're doing well today. You always make me want to play specific games. Now I want to play Satisfactory again. This is good. Early day today. Yes, I started a bit late. I was taking care of some IRL stuff. So you know how it goes, everybody. Always that IRL creeping up on you, right? I got the massive news of I get to pay $2,000 to fix my car. It sucks. Funny irony, I don't drive the car, but it's for my daughter, and that's what's important. That she has a car. Doesn't matter if I have a car, especially if you don't drive one. You know what I mean? This doesn't seem right. That seems weird. All right, hey, what the heck is going on there? Storages. Snap here. There we go. So what I did is, because it's going right by where my road is, normally I snap it to the grid of where my extractor is, but because my it's right here by my world grid, it's not lining up to the elevator here. And now I'm just trying to figure out how to make this elevator work. And so it's part of transport. Now this is new in 1.1. I feel like the smartest thing to do is to do this. Just make a big one. And then come back and just put the floor in the way you want the floor to be, right? So I want it to come up on that side. I gotta run some power to it. If I go down to the lower one, should go this way. Okay, yes, you can control which way that's going. So cool. We'll want this to go to, actually we want this to go like this, then like that, so we don't have to look at it. But the problem is, can we just take the top off? No. Can't just take the top of the elevator off. Okay, so how could I have it going this way and then have it end up? Man, just the jetpack's just not enough to make it up there. At least with the fuel I got. Go to the lower side. And then can I rotate it? I can rotate it, but does it rotate the one at the bottom? No. Okay, so it's rotating the top part of it. Okay, cool. All right, that's what I wanted to do. Keep it the way it is over there, and then rotate the top part to end up at that level. This is way too much work, everybody. Hypertube could have been already done. Could have been done already, but again, we're going to try out all the cool new stuff. Hit E to go up the thing. Okay, seems to work good. Let's get our other thing in here. Smelters. We have a bunch of resources in my inventory. Okay, back down here though, we need to get this back and running. I basically picked up all of those resources while I was doing that, and this is going to be slightly different because I moved it. And stop that. Stop doing that. Trying to make it straight. There we go. Okay, so I pulled all those resources and just threw them away because I don't want to have to carry them around. That'll get that going. And then we want to get up, yeah. And we want to take that storage. And again, the input is this side. And then, not storages, melters. Now again, I usually make these in sequence. Don't have enough encased industrial beams. Oh, they're going in there though. There's still, somewhere they're still running into the dimensional depot. I can tell because when I go to put it down, it's saying that it's adding it in there. Okay, so again, we want to swap it the other way so the input is that arrow like this. So this is the output on this side. All right, let's see. That's hard to see the color. Sometimes you can see it. Yes, that's the output. Okay. And this one. Okay, more elevator. Now, can we just add on to the elevator is the question. Let's go find out. Transport. You sure can. Okay, so you can just add on to it. And then put another elevator stop right there. Don't have to reconnect the power. Nice. Okay. We got that running in there. We need to redo the power. So we're going to grab the power. More here in the center. 2, 3, 4 here. These don't have an ability to grab right there. All the way down. Problem with elevators, you gotta wait for them. Alright, here we are. Oh. Elevator's got an issue. That's not good. Oh, it took the whole elevator out. Alright. Taking up more of my time to do that than it is to get this done. Okay. Sitting there working on elevators, or I could be sitting there working on production. Personally, I just want to try to get at least these in and running here. Alright, storages. And we need a bunch of stuff. Beams and other stuff. Okay, so what are we going to need? We're going to need to have 2 more storages here. And then whatever's in these, we'll just grab a bunch of all of that. Now, grab a bunch of this. Don't have that much left of that. Probably got some sitting around somewhere. Anything with that. Those we can throw away. This we can throw away. At some point I just throw it away because I can just make more of them. No big deal. Stack of that. Small stack back. Steel pipe. Alright, let's go get it. Now we have a big box full of stuff over here. We can just grab. Over here. Steel pipes. Oh, can't put that back in the box. I forgot. Okay, let's go make some more stuff. So as you can see, the blue layer is storage, and then the orange is production, and then I'm going to make another storage up on top. Right up here to hold the thing. Now I like to do storage on each section, so that so it all works out. Again, that should just take that out. And this is an output. This is an input. Why is there no? Oh, I didn't put the input stuff in. Oh no, I did. Okay. Like, why is there no input stuff there? I thought I put it in there. It just hadn't redrawn yet. Okay, so this should be producing all of these. And I did not connect the in part there, and I did not give myself a door to get in there either. Over here is missing a wall. So I definitely need a door in the back. And again, this is the trouble. Oh no, I just need to do this. That's right. I need to add this last little bit. Right at the bottom. But definitely should have put a big old door in here in case I need to get in and out of here. We'll go in and get our roll-up gate. Again, this is something new in 1.1. That is not how that should have went. Really snaps weird. Okay, we're gonna go from the bottom one. Run that to the top one. Okay, and that should be going in there. Backlog on a crazy ton of those. Same thing here in the storage. I should have put an entrance in the back. So I can see if it's working. And we'll adjust this in future blueprints, but right now we just do it. Yeah, you see this actually going through. And eventually we should see it going here. Oh, it went there, but it's... Why can't we see it here? Oh, it's going up at the top part of it. Okay, we should see it all the way at the end. Yep. Okay, let's adjust the blueprints here. Guess we use these smelters in the future. We can go ahead and roll gate in the back. Got one in the front. Save that, and then reload storages. Oh, we don't even have one in the front either. The heck? There we go. A very good upgrade. There we go. Now we're going to access them from on top, or we'll go inside and see if the belts are working, if we need to. Alright, that'll automatically be built in on all the future stuff. Now, again, see how I'm layering it there? And then I can put a sign on the side that says, this is what this is what that is. Did I unlock those signs? I think I canceled those signs that I was doing. Yeah, I'll end up doing those later. And then we'll go ahead and do our other thing now, which is our constructors. So we'll clear that. We'll bring up our smelters. So we can use that as a template. Let's take off the ceiling foundations first so I can just, it's like open it up like a box. I gotta open the box up, make it a little easier on yourself. In there. Get all of those and all of these. Get G and get all of our mergers. G, get all of our smelters. And bye-bye. Okay. Belts out of here. The constructors are going to be a different size from all this other stuff. I find it very useful to use the jetpack to get up high there, so you can just clear all that stuff. Okay. Oh, and we forgot to fix the door on that other one, or the wall on that one too. We'll fix it in a bit. Okay, so now we have that going in there. It's storaging. It's flipping back the other way. It's coming into here. So it's taking 300 input and making 300 output. So 300 and then 300 ignits going out of there. So what we can do is now start with our constructors and try to figure out how many we need constructor-wise. So it's 300 divided by 15, which is going to be 20. So, seriously doubt we're going to get 20 in here, and probably would not be that fun to just jam 20 in here, though each their own kind of thing. But let's see how many we can just get across here. Yeah, I think we get all 5 across. Okay. So 5 across there. Again, we needed 20. We're going to need to bring that input. That's going to be tough because you got to bring the input in and run that input down the middle of that. That's really close. Really close. So you're going to have to run either an input or an output through the middle part here, or both. Also set another, I could split it and run the input on that side. Take this out, run the input down there. I'm going to take this and we're going to replace okay. Take this out first. We'll just split this outside so that we'll have more space in here. Like so. And the toughest thing is the merger, so we'll go this way. Sure, our splitters are going to be, our merger is going to be good here. move this output to right there. Makes it easier. All right, we'll take this out. Take this out. And this would be a good spot for our big old door. Gonna offset down that way. Just so it allows us to do the output. There we go. Those lined up. Take this power out of here. Redo all that power. Tag the center one. And put the rest of these in. Really gonna squeeze these in here, but it should work out just fine. Again, just knowing which side's the input and the output is really super helpful, which is why I color code them. And this game is super fun, everybody. I mean, time just flies by. Speaking of, I have to look at the time every now and again, otherwise it'll be 40 hours I'll be sitting here doing this. For sure. All right, now we can do all of our belts. These ones that are really close are easy, just double click. Okay, going out that way. I'm just going to double check that. You can just aim at the item now instead of having to aim specifically at the input. Makes it a bit easier to run all that. All right, I feel like we're going to use our poles. Now they're going to stick up a little too much. Okay, we got all this going. We got all this going that way. Yes, yes, yes. All of our belts. Yeah, we'll just use some ceiling power. I like to do that because then it's a little easier because you have the light and you can see where your connectors are a little easier in the back. We're just going to do this and this. Apparently not pick that up. Okay, and then out a little bit. Easier to line these up across all of these. You just kind of stick it out just a little bit. When I put the other foundation in there, it'll be good. Okay, this one here. Cross connecting these. Come on. Can go to the center. We'll probably just run it to this corner over here. the input is. All right, that one's done too. Now this one, since it's 300 is what we're going to run it at for right now. Since it's 300 and we're going to be doing rods, it's basically 20 of these. So it's 2 of these things. So what I'm going to do is have it run up, split multiple ways. It's going to split up, and then it's going to split to the side to do 2 and then 2 again. So basically it's going to be running 20 of those out. And then the other side, I'll have the other side merge and then go into the storage. Which should make me an inordinate amount of rods. And then if you have a lot of rods, rods equals screws later on as well. So let's go down here. And we'll say this is 10 constructors. Stackable constructors. For what did I say? Rods, for rods. MJ2, 10 constructors, stackable constructors for rods. Save. Okay, now we want to go in and do our rods here. Copy this. Got a thing to fix in the back there. Okay, there we go. Close that up nicely. Rods. Scaling up a lot of our production. Be very specific to that thing. And there we go. All right, let's save that again. Okay, right over here. We'll get this going. Again, normally I don't scale it this early, but hey, we're going to do it. We're going to have some fun. Try out some different stuff. Ladder seems to be offset now. Because I moved the thing to line up to the world grid and not the rest of that stuff, so we need to fix our ladder here. Mostly this is a construction ladder when you're just working on it. It's a little easier, especially because the jetpack can be unwieldy as well. Alright, right here in the back. Go up by 3, add another one. 2 that way. And there we go. So we will take the, oops, forgot to change the way that it looks. Right here, the constructors. If that creates a new blueprint when you change the thing. No, it doesn't. Okay, good. Why use an elevator when I can just use a ladder, which is way faster? Eventually I'll have some other stuff that I could use to get around much easier. We'll get to that in the next tier. But again, kind of building it early on here. Again, just going to let this stuff rock and roll. While we're working away, need more cable and stuff. Let's go ahead and clear this. So we can say that we need 2 of these. More cable. Go check our little box over here where we have an inordinate amount of resources. It's backlogged in here. Let's get a whole bunch of cable. Oh, and then we should say also storage. Ah, so yeah, I would have to come back. More of this. Actually, let's get even more. Bunch of stacks of this. Okay, so 2 constructor areas and then 1 storage to hold our final product. Again, remember, this is a pure node, so eventually this thing's going to run like 1200 and just produce a massive sum of resources. And we'll come back and we're going to embellish all of these when we get to the higher tiers as well. And we'll be able to use the ones that we've already done as well. So constructors, here we go. And then arrow pointing away, hit H. Make sure it's lined up on the edge. There we go. More constructors. Get all the big stuff out of the way first by getting all the different levels in. Make sure they're aligned. There we go. And now we can go ahead and work on this stuff down here. Like I saw. Okay, we got to go in here and we got to grab some power, which is actually on this side. Right here. Then we're going to go down to another construction level, which is the orange level here. We're just going to see if we can tie into one of these. That one. There's my ladder. Okay, how are we looking? One that's red. No power. Did I forget to connect that one? Looks like I did. Okay, forgot to connect one of those. We got to fix that on the blueprint. Right away, before we forget. Which one was it? Other side. Okay. That's why I'm not making a bunch of those and then realize that I gotta keep reconnecting that one wire over and over again. Now, it doesn't affect the one that's already there, but it'll affect any of those I use in the future. And if I reuse that blueprint, then there you go. Do you ever play this with your crew anymore? I know you have in the past. Sometimes I do. I just haven't got around to it yet. I'm still trying to play 1.1 through in a local mega playthrough instead of doing it on the server. On the server, it's a lot easier because you can just let a lot of these resources run, and then you come back and you got 10,000 of all these resources. I'm going to get in on this level here. Okay, I got yellow lights all the way around. I do. Okay, that's better. And so we've got an output here, and we want to go input right there. Okay, so that should start right up. Absolutely. But we're going to need to do a little bit of dish so we can get it to that input as well. So we'll go back this way. We'll have it split from this side into there. And then we'll just kind of work this baby a little bit by using our floor thing here. Run that into there. And then we'll run this up. Something like that. Really missed my other thing. Really want to get that going. Not sure if that's going to reach. Nope. Alright, cool. So that's coming up the back here. And that's going to allow me to go right there. Then also, oops, let me get my straight thing on. Also over there. So that's going to split that way. Then we're going to do the same thing, but up here. Have that. Let's just build a whole bunch of them so we have an idea of where that's lining up. And then we'll get rid of those, get rid of this. Put that there. We want to take this, the input on the outside, very nice, and then this here, that goes over to that one, which it didn't do. There we go. And then we bring it up from over here. So now it's feeding both levels. They had a lot of logistical fun there, everybody. Again, running it down here and up here. And so now we're doing 20 of those at the same time. Now we got to make sure we go find that one that we didn't link up here. Oh, we got to do the power too. This one's really easy. You just take this one. You run it down to the one down here. Like so. Now that upper part should be working. Okay, we gotta find the one that doesn't have power on the side. Almost got this done. And that there. All these are cranking out. And again, you want to kind of come in here and look and see if the outputs of all of these are working. Like if you don't see any coming out of there we go, I see some. If you don't see anything coming out of there, you know something's up. Okay, so we want to bring this up. We want to merge this. And then run this up into there. So we will first put a merger down. That one go that way. And this one go here. I usually find it's easier to do it like this. Oh, out of steel beams. Let's go get them. Yeah, this is probably the most steel beams I've ever used in any playthrough ever. But normally, again, I just skip over steel beams. I just go right to aluminum. But that's okay. We're building all the processes, and we're trying to do it with level 4s and whatnot, which is fun. Try to get this going a bit earlier. Ran out of fuel, even though I've got a ton of it back there packaged up. God, this is awkward. Okay. Awkward. Use my ladder. Okay, now I'm doing so much I forgot I was doing merging. Okay, and so this is going to come down to the opposite direction. Okay, so those go there. Then they end up in there. And these go across into there. And now those should be running into all these boxes. See how it goes. I want to take that out and re-add that so I can see those running at the bottom instead of the top part. It's really weird that it only runs out of one. I don't know what the deal is there, but whatever. Okay, so that's all running there. And then this is our final product here, which is our iron rods. And then we will go up here and use our dimensional depot. That's the wrong side. That should be right. Making this like 1,000 times harder on myself. There we go. All right, so the goal was to make a bunch of rods because we already did our concrete, we already did our plates. Now we're making an inordinate amount of rods right now, and basically stockpiling them in the depot. Now they're already in the depot right now, but what we want to do is increase the size of the depot so we can hold more stuff. We also want to make it run in there faster. We want to do a lot of that stuff as well. But the most important thing is we added all of our power over there. We were able to at least get one of our processes going. Now again, once you have this all figured out, everybody, then you just do the same thing again over on that node and the next node and the next node. Especially things like Ethereum would be a real easy one to do because you'd bring your raw resources in, you would smelt your raw resources, you would then go into constructors and convert your raw resources, etc. We could definitely do that with deuterium. We could do that with sulfur. We could do it with a whole bunch of stuff as well. You got some power over there. Eventually we'll build a big old power tower there. All right, it seems to be working good. We're going to let that run. And we're going to go down here and look at our handiwork. All right, very nice. Again, get those big signs. Let's go see how our stuff is doing here because we want to try to get the glass roof. How many we get? Ooh, 8. All right, cool. Let's get them. Okay. And then we'll go over here. We'll get that architecture. I think it is. No. Customizer is what it is. And then that right there.
Decoration and organization go hand in hand. Fix-It HQ custodian, I always say. Use of these customizer features does not guarantee an aesthetically pleasing or user-friendly factory. That's the part that requires knowledge and skill.
All right, need 5 and 10 there, so we need like 15 there. Again, this is also running in elsewhere, not just here. But elsewhere, those tickets are running in there. And again, we have a lot of resources, but we got to be careful to recreate the resources that we already have, right? So we probably want to do, we did all the basics there. Probably want to do screws over here. Yeah. Screws on that one. So we'll have this one, this one, this one. And then we got our thing coming through. We'll massively scale this one up to to do our other stuff. And again, in the beginning, you can just use square boxes, everybody. Again, the best thing is as best square footage. That's why people make square buildings, because they have square footage. And then later you can come in and you can embellish it all and all that stuff. We're just trying to keep it going. And again, to build out every single process, usually I don't do it this early because I just know that I'm going to replace it later with faster belts and other things. But in this particular one, we're going to just slow down. We're going to go ahead and get that going. Have we got anything else to unlock here? No, we already did all of that before we get into phase 7 and 8. So that's basically what we're going to do. We want to just do some vertical stacking there, some extraction. We can do the same thing over here with our copper. What we really want to do is go out and explore and get a bunch of Mercer spheres. So let's put that on our to-do list over here for next time. And go get a ton of Mercers. All right, I like to put a return there just in case it decides it doesn't want to save that. There we go. All right, everybody, I got to rest up, come back, do it all over again. We'll be playing some Fallout 4, a mega run coming up tonight. So let's go ahead and get the Kismet Love Train. Oh, let's save this first. Right here, power scale up. There we go. And again, remember this is a local game, so I don't let it run. We just dip like that. Time for the Kismet Love Train. Let's go. And again, I might do a future playthrough with a server where we'd all just work together. But again, just exploring the new features of 1.1 and all of that stuff, and a kind of a solo playthrough, so I can play through at my own pace and whatnot. What happens sometimes when you play with other peeps, they get on, they want to show you how amazing they are at the game all the time, so they'll rush ahead, they'll do a whole bunch of stuff. Meanwhile, you're just trying to, see the new stuff and whatnot. So that's typically why I play solo, is so that I'm in no rush and I'm not holding other people up as well. Thanks to all the love over here. I appreciate it over there. I appreciate all my Patreon supporters right down there. Again, here's my schedule right over here. Pretty much the same as last week. We're going to be going and do some Fallout 4 again on Wednesday and Thursday, and then on Saturday, Sunday, some 7 Days to Die. Having some fun doing that as well. Now, of course, you can't help out the stream by just popping on over to those links over there, youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and leave a comment. Check out Twitter, twitter.com/KismetBP. Put a whole bunch of stuff up there for you. You can hit the follow button there. The more you guys do that, totally for free, the more cool stuff I get to do here in stream, like giveaways and other fun stuff like that. You can check out the Discord, check out the website, and especially check out patreon.com/Kismet. These blueprints that I'm doing right now, plus a whole bunch of other ones I'm going to be putting up there for all of you as I kind of move my way through the different tiers and whatnot. I'll be updating it once a month or so. And then posting up there so you guys can try it in your next playthrough as well. Very, very fun. So we're going to go ahead and head on out of here. I'm going to shower you guys with a bunch of Kiscats for being super smart, hanging out all the way to the end of the stream. I'm going to go rest up after a rough day. And then had a lot of fun playing some Satisfactory. And again, we'll see you guys tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for some Fallout 4 the ultimate modded playthrough, The Rise of the Tycoon Empire. We'll see you all then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norver. Thanks for watching. This is the Sky.